The Million-Dollar Suitcase. Chapter 16. A Luncheon. I went away from there. Looking about me, I had guessed that pretty much every man in the room believed that it was Worth Gilbert with whom I had been talking over the phone. Dykeman's traders would be right behind me. Yet to the last, Whipple and his crowd were offering me the return trip end of my ticket with them. If I would come back and be good, even now all would be forgiven. I sized up the situation briefly and took my plunge, shutting the door after me, glancing across the long room to see that Barbara Wallace's desk was deserted. Nobody followed me from the room I had just left. I walked quickly to the outer door. Little Pete switched on his engine as I leapt into the car. My "let her go" wasn't needed to make him throw in his clutch and give me a flying start straight ahead down the broad plankway of the Embarcadero. Looking back as we hit the Beltline tracks, I saw a small car with 2 men in it shoot out from one of the wide doorways of the plant. But as we rounded the cliff-like side of Telegraph Hill, my view of them was cut off. Things had come for me thick and fast. I felt pretty well balled up, but the girl had used secrecy in appointing this interview. Till I could see further into the thing, it was anyhow a safe bet to drop them. "Pete," I said, "lose that car behind us. Only 10 minutes to slip them and land me at Fisherman's Wharf. Show me what for." He grinned. Between Montgomery and the Bay, north of California Street, there are many narrow byways, crowded with the heavy traffic of hucksters and vegetable men, a section devoted to the commission business. Into its congestion Pete dove with a weasel instinct for finding the right holes to slip through, the alleys that might be navigated in safety. In less than the 10 minutes I'd specified, we were free again on Columbus Avenue, pursuit lost, and headed back for the restaurant on the wharf. "Boss," little Pete was hoarse with the excitement he loved as he laid the roadster alongside the Little Italy. "Was it on the level, what you fed the lawyer guy? Ain't you wise to where Captain Gilbert is? I've seen him frequent since you've been gone." "How many times is frequent, Pete?" I asked. "And when did the last frequent happen?" "Twice," sulkily. I'd wounded his pride by not taking him seriously, but he added as I jumped down from the machine, "I drove him up on the hill, round the place where you and him and her went that day." Pete didn't need to use Barbara Wallace's name. The way he salaamed to the pronoun was enough. The swath that girl cut evidently reached from the cradle to the grave, with this monkey grinning at one end and me doddering along at the other. I gave a moment to questioning Pete, found out all he knew, and went into the restaurant, wondering what under heaven Barbara Wallace would say to me or ask me. The Little Italy restaurant is not so bad a place for luncheon. If one likes any eatables the western seas produce, I heartily recommend it. Where fish are unloaded from the smacks by the ton, fish are sure to be in evidence, but they are nice, fresh fish and look good enough to eat. And the Little Italy is clean, with white oilcloth tables and a view from its broad windows that downtown restaurants would double their rent to get. Just now it was full of noisy patrons, foreigners mostly, people too busy eating to notice whether I carried my head on my shoulders or under my arm. In a far corner, Barbara Wallace's eyes were on me from the minute I came within her sight. She had ordered clams for 2, mostly, I thought, to defend the privacy of our talk from the interruptions of a waiter, and I was hardly in my chair before she burst out, "Where's Worth? Why wasn't he in that office to defend himself against what they're hinting?" "I suppose," I said dryly, "because he wasn't given an invitation to attend. You ought to know why. You work for Dykeman." "I work for Dykeman?" she repeated after me in a bewildered tone. "I'm bookkeeper in the Western Cereal Company's employ, if that's what you mean. You understood so from the first." "You know I didn't," I reproached her hotly. "Do you think I'd have let you on in the inside of this case if I'd known it was a pipeline direct to Dykeman?" And on the instant I spoke there came to me a remembrance of her saying that Sunday morning as we pulled up before the St. Dunstan, that she went past the place on the streetcar every day getting to her work at the Western Cereal Company. Sloppy of me not to have paid better attention. I knew vaguely that Dykeman was in one of the North Beach mills. 50-50, Barbara, I conceded. I should have known, made it my business to learn. And Dykeman has questioned you."
"He has not!"
indignantly.
"I don't suppose he knows Worth and I are acquainted."
I could have smiled at that. There were detectives' reports in Dykeman's desk that recorded date, hour, and duration of every meeting this girl had had with Worth and with myself. Besides, Cummings knew. It must have been through Cummings that she learned what was about to take place in Dykeman's private office. What had she told Cummings? I was ready to blurt out the question when she fumbled in her bag with little shaking hands, drew out and passed to me unopened the envelope addressed to Worth, with my detailed report of the Skeels chase. I did my best to deliver it. She steadied her voice as she spoke. "He wasn't at the palace. He wasn't at Santa Isabel. He didn't communicate with me here." My edifice of suspicion of Barbara Wallace crumbled. Cummings had not learned through her that I was unsuccessful in the South, nor had she spilled a word to him that she shouldn't, or they'd had the dope on where Worth had found that suitcase and thrown it at me quick. "Barbara," I said, "will you accept my apologies?"
"Oh, yes." She smiled vaguely. "I don't know what you're apologizing for, but it doesn't matter. I hope you would bring me news of Worth, of where he is."
"When did you see him last?"
"On the day of the funeral. I hardly got to speak to him."
Little Pete's news was slightly later. He'd taken Worth up to the Gold Nugget and dropped him there. Thursday, Worth was at the Nugget for more than an hour. On both occasions, Pete was told to slip the trailers and did. That meant that Worth was working on the Clate case, or thought he was. I told her of this.
"Yes, oh yes," she repeated listlessly. "But where's he now? And awful things like this meeting coming up."
"What besides this meeting?"
"At Santa Isabel."
"What? Things that have happened since the boy's gone? You couldn't get much idea of the lay of the land when you were down there Wednesday, could you?"
"Oh, but I could. I did," earnestly. "Of course it was a large funeral. It seemed to me I saw everybody I'd ever known. At a time like that, nothing would be said openly, but the drift was all in one direction. They couldn't understand Worth, and so nearly everyone who spoke of him picked at him, trying to understand him. Mrs. Thornhill's cook was already telling that Worth had quarreled with his father and demanded money. I shouldn't wonder if by now Santa Isabel set the exact hour of the quarrel."
"Me for down there as quick as I can," I muttered, and Barbara, facing me sympathetically, offered,
"I've a letter from Skeet Thornhill."
She groped in her bag again, mumbling as women do when they're hunting for a thing.
"It came this morning. Mrs. Thornhill's no better, worse, I judge. Oh, here it is," and she pulled out a couple of closely scribbled sheets. "The child writes a wild hand," she apologized as she passed these over. The flapper dashed into her letter with a sort of incoherent squeal. The carnival ball was only 4 days off. Everybody was already dead on his, her, or its feet. The decorations they'd planned were enough to kill a horse, let alone getting up costumes. "As usual, everything seems to be going to the devil here," she went on. "Got a cannery girl elected festival queen this time. Ina's furious, of course. Mom's had a letter from her that singed the envelope, but I sort of enjoy seeing the cannery district break in. They've got the money these days." Nothing here to my purpose. Barbara reached forward and turned the sheet for me, and I saw Worth Gilbert's name halfway down it. "Dr. Bowman is an old hellcat, and I hate him." Skeet made her points with a fine simplicity. "Since Mother's sick, he comes here every day, though what he does but sit and shoot off his mouth and get her all worked up is more than I can see. Yesterday I was in the room when he was there, and he got to talking about Worth, the meanest, lowest-down hinting talk you ever heard. Said Worth got a lot of money when his father died, and I flared up and said, what of it? Did he think Mr. Gilbert ought to have left it to him? That hit him, because he and Mr. Gilbert used to be good friends, and he and Worth aren't. I sassed him, and he got so mad that just as he was leaving he hollered at me that I better ask Worth Gilbert where he was at the hour his father was shot. Now what do you know about that? That man is spreading stories. A doctor can set them going. He's making his messy old calls on people all day, and they, poor fish-hounds, believe everything he says. Though Mother didn't. After he was gone, she just lay there in her bed and said over and over that it was a lie, a foolish, dangerous lie. Poor Mumsy, she's so nervous that when the grocer's truck had a blowout down the drive, she nearly went into hysterics, cried and carried on, something about its being the shot. I suppose she meant the one when Mr. Gilbert killed himself. Wasn't that queer? Any loud noise of the sort sets her off that way. She lies and listens and mutters to herself. It scares me. She closed with, "Please don't break your promise to be here through this infernal bloss. Fess."
"Good advice, that last," I said slowly, as I laid the letter on the table, keeping a hand on it. "You'll do that, won't you, Barbara?" I had intended to. I was given leave from this afternoon. But, well, I'd thought it over, and almost made up my mind to go back to my desk. Barbara Wallace, uncertain, halting between two courses of action. What did it mean? "See here, Barbara, this isn't a time for Worth Gilbert's friends to slacken on him." I hadn't slackened, she said very low, and left it for me to remember that Worth apparently had. "Then you're needed at Santa Isabel," I urged. "But you're going, aren't you, Mr. Boyne?" "Yes, as soon as I can get off. That doesn't keep you from being needed. Worth's one of the most efficiently impossible young men I ever tried to handle. Maybe he's not any fuller of shocks than any other live wire, but he sure does manage to plant them where they'll do the most harm. Cummings, Dykeman, and this Dr. Bowman down there, active enemies. They can't hurt Worth Gilbert, all of them together." "Wait a minute. I'm going to Santa Isabel to find the murderer of Thomas Gilbert. That means a stirring to the depths of that little town. This underneath-the-surface combustion will get poked into a flame. She's going to burst out, and somebody's going to get burned. We don't want that to be Worth, Barbara." "No, but what can I do? What influence can I have with him?" She was beginning, but I broke in on her. "Barbara, you and I are going to find the real murderer before the Cummings-Dykeman bunch discover a way into and out of that bolted study. Those people went to see Worth in jail." There was a long pause while she faced me, the rich color failing a little in her cheeks. "I see," speaking slowly, studying each word. "And as long as we didn't find out how to enter and leave the study, we have no way of knowing how hard or how easy it's going to be for them to find it out. We," her voice still lower, "we can't tell if they already know it or not." "Yes, we can," I leaned forward to say. "The minute they know that, Worth Gilbert will be charged with murder." I hit hard enough that time to bring blood, but she bled inwardly, sitting there staring at me, quite pale, finally faltering. "Well, I can't stop to think of his having followed Ina Vandeman south on her wedding trip. If he needs me, and I can help, I must." She broke down completely, and I sat there feeling big-footed and blundering at this revelation of what it was that had put that clear, logical mind of hers off the track, left her confused, groping, just a girl, timid, distrustful of her own judgment where her heart was concerned. "Was that it all the time?" I asked. "Well, take it from me. Worth's done nothing of the sort. He's been playing detective, not chasing off after some other man's bride." Up came the color to her cheeks. She reached that mite of a hand across to shake on the bargain with, "I'll go straight down this evening. You'll find me in Santa Isabel when you come, Mr. Boyne." "At the Thornhills?" It might be handy to have her there, but she shook her head, looking a little self-conscious. "I'm taking that spare room at Sarah Capehart's. Skeet wanted me, and I have an invitation from Laura Bowman. But well, seeing that this investigation is going to cover all that neighborhood, I thought I'd rather be with Sarah." The level-headed little thing. Pete and I had the pleasure of taking her out to her home where she had her packing to attend to. On the way she spoke of an engagement with Cummings for the theater Saturday night. "And instead, I suppose I shall be at the carnival ball. Shall I tell him that in my note, Mr. Boyne? Is it all right to let him know?" "It's all right," I assented. You can bet Cummings is due down there as soon as Worth shows up, and that must be soon now."
"Yes," Barbara agreed. Her face clouded a little. "You noticed in Skeet's letter that they're expecting Ina tomorrow."
Poor child, she couldn't get away from it. I patted the hand I had taken to say good-bye and assured her again. "Worth Gilbert hasn't been in the South. I wonder at you, Barbara. You're so clear-headed about everything else. Don't you see that that would be impossible?" Then I drove back to my office to find lying on my desk a telegram from the young man, dated at Los Angeles, requesting me to meet him at Santa Isabel the following evening. Chapter 17. Cleansing Fires. Wednesday evening I pulled into a different Santa Isabel, lanterns strung across between the buildings, bunting and branches of bloom everywhere, streets alive with people milling around, and cars piled high with decorative material, crowded with the decorators. The Carnival of Blossoms was only 3 days ahead. At Bill Capehart's garage they told me Barbara was out somewhere with the crowd, and a few minutes later on Main Street I met her in a Ford truck. Skeet Thornhill was at the wheel, adding to the general risk of life and limb on Santa Isabel streets, carrying a half a dozen or more other young things tucked away behind. Both girls shouted at me. They were going somewhere for something and would see me later. Getting down toward the Gilbert place, just beyond the corner, I flushed from the shadows of the pepper trees a bird I knew to be one of Dykeman's operatives. Watching his carefully careless progress on past the Gilbert lawn, then the Vandeman grounds, my eye was led to a pair who approached across the green from the direction of the bungalow. No mistaking the woman. Even at this distance, height and the clean sweep of her walk told me that this was the bride, Ina Vandeman, and the man strolling beside her. Had he come with her from the house or joined her on the cross-cut path? Could that be Worth Gilbert? I sat in the roadster and gaped. The evening light, behind them and dim enough at best, made their countenances fairly indistinguishable. At the gap in the hedge they paused, and Mrs. Vandeman reached out, broke off a flower to fasten in his buttonhole, looking up into his face, talking quickly. Old stuff, but always good reliable old stuff. Then Worth saw me and hailed, "Hello, Jerry!" But he did not come to me, and I swung out of the machine to the sidewalk. I heard the sobbing of the Ford truck. It went by, missing my running board by an inch, stopped at Vandeman's gate, and Skeet discharged her cargo of clamor to stream across the sidewalk and up toward the bungalow. I saw Barbara, in the midst of the moving figures, suddenly stop, knew she had seen the two over there, and crossed to her with a cheerful, "He's here, all right." Oh, yes, not looking toward the gap in the hedge or at me. He came on the same train with them. Then someone from the porch yelled reproachfully for her to fetch those banners pronto, and with a little catching of breath she ran up the walk. I turned back. Worth and Ina had moved on. Bronson Vandeman, well-groomed, dressed as though he had just come in off the golf links, his English shoes and loud patterned stockings differentiating him from the crude outdoor man of the coast, had joined them on the Gilbert lawn. His genial greeting to me let his bride get by with a mere bow, turning at once back to her house by the front walk. But rather to my annoyance, Vandeman came bounding up the steps after us. I judged Worth must have invited him. Chung carried my suitcase upstairs and lingered a minute in my room. I'll swear it wasn't merely to get the tip for which he thanked me, but with the idea of showing me in some recondite Oriental fashion that he was glad I'd come. This interested me. The people who were glad to have me in Santa Isabel at this time belonged to the clean side of my ledger. Then I went downstairs to find Vandeman still in the living room, sprawled at ease beside the window, looking round with a display of his fine teeth, reaching a hand to pull in the chair Worth set for me. "Well, Jerry," that young man prompted, indicating by a careless gesture the smoker's tray on the table beside me. "There is time before dinner for the tale of your exploits. How's my friend Steve?" I began to select a cigar and said shortly, "It's all in reports waiting for you at my office." "Yes." Worth ignored my irritation. "Tell it. What did you do down south?" "Just came back from the South yourself, aren't you?" I countered. "Sure," airily. "But I wasn't there to butt in on your game. Did you find that Skeels was Clate?" I merely looked over the flame of my match at that small-town society man, smiling back at me with a show of polite interest. "Go on," Worth interpreted. "Vandeman knows all about it. I tried to sell him a few shares of stock in the suitcase, so he'll take an interest in the game, but he's too much the tightwad to buy." "Oh, no," deprecated Vandeman. "Just no gambler. Hate to take a chance." He ran his fingers through his hair, tossing it up with the gesture I had noticed when he came back from the dance at Tate's. "All right, apology accepted," Worth nodded. "Anyway, you didn't. Well, Jerry?" Vandeman waited a moment with natural curiosity, then, as I still said nothing, giving my attention to my smoke, moved reluctantly to rise, saying, "That means I better chase along and let you two talk business." "No, sit tight," from Worth. I was mad clear through, and disturbed and apprehensive too. I managed a brief, dry statement of the outcome in the South. Worth hailed it with, "Skeels lurks in the jungle. Life still holds a grain of interest." "Why the devil couldn't you keep me advised of your movements?" I demanded. "Dykeman's hounds." He grinned. "Had them guessing. They'd have had me picked up if I'd gone to your office." "You could have written or wired. They've picked you up anyway," I grunted. "One's on the job now. Saw him as I came in." "Eh? What's that?" cried Vandeman, a man snooping in the shrubbery outside getting more attention from him than the one dodging pursuit 300 miles away. "What do you mean, hounds?" And when he had heard the explanation of Dykeman's trailers, "I call that intolerable." "Oh, I don't know." Worth reached over my shoulder for a cigarette. "Lose 'em whenever I like." I wasn't so certain. There were men in my employ he couldn't shake. Perhaps those reports in Dykeman's desk might have offered some surprises to this cocksure lad. My exasperation at Worth mounted as I listened to Vandeman talking. "Those bank people should do one thing or another," he gave his opinion. "Just because you got gay with them and handed them their payment in the suitcase it left in, they've no right to have you watched like a criminal. In a small town like this, such a thing will ruin a man's standing." "If he has any standing," Worth laughed. "See here," Vandeman's smile was persuasive. "Don't let what I said out in front embitter you." "I'll try not to." "Mr. Boyne," Vandeman missed the sarcasm, "when I got back to this town today, what do you suppose I found? The story going around that a quarrel with Worth, over money, drove his father to take his own life." "That's my business here," I nodded, and when he looked his surprise, "to stop such stories." He stared at me, frankly puzzled for a moment, then said, "Well, of course you know, and I know, that they're scurrilous lies. But just how will you stop them?" I had intended my remark to stand as it was, but Worth filled in the pause after Vandeman's question with, "Jerry's here to get the truth of my father's murder, Bronze." "Murder?" The mere naked word seemed to shock Vandeman. His sort clothe and pad everything, even their speech. "I didn't know anyone entertained the idea your father was murdered. He couldn't have been, not the way it happened." "Nevertheless, we think he was." "Oh, but Boyne, start a thing like that, and think of the talk it'll make. They'll commence at once saying that there was nobody but Worth to profit by his father's death." "Don't worry, Mr. Vandeman." He made me hot. "We know where to dig up the motive for the crime." "You mean the diaries?" Worth's voice sounded unbelievably from beside me. "Nothing doing there, Jerry. I've burned 'em." I sat and choked down the swears. Yet, looking back on it, I saw plainly that Jerry Boyne was the man who deserved kicking. I ought never to have left them with him. "You read them and burned them?" said Vandeman. "Burned them without reading," Worth's impatient tones corrected. "Without reading?" the other echoed, startled. Then, after a long pause, "Oh, I say, pardon me, but ought that to have been done? Surely not. Worth, if you'd read your father's diaries for the past few years, I don't believe you'd have a doubt that he committed suicide. Not a doubt." Worth sat there mute. Myself, I was rather curious as to what Vanderman would say. I had read much in those diaries, but when it came, it was the same old line of talk one hears when there's a suicide. Gilbert was a lonely man. His life hadn't been happy. He cut himself off from people too much. Vanderman said that, of late, he believed he was pretty nearly the only intimate the dead man had. This last gave him an interest in my eyes. I broke in on his generalities to ask him bluntly why he was so certain the death was suicide. Mr. Gilbert was breaking up, had been for 2 years or more. Worth's been away. He's not seen it. But I can tell you, Boyne, his father's mind was affected. Worth let that pass, though I could see he wasn't convinced by Vanderman's sentimentalities any more than I was. After the man had gone, I turned on Worth sharply with, "Why the devil did you tell that pink tea proposition about your dealings with the Van Ness Avenue Bank?" "Safety valve, I guess. I get up too heavy a load of steam, and it's easy to blow it off to Vanderman. Told him most of it in the smoker, coming up. You'll talk about anything in a smoker." "Oh, will you?" I said in exasperation. "And you'll burn anything, I suppose, that a match'll set fire to?" "Go easy, Jerry Boyne." His chin dropped to his chest. He sat glowering out through the window. "Cleansing fires for that sort of garbage," he said finally. "I burned them on the day of his funeral." Chapter 18. The Torn Page. My coming had thrown dinner late. We were barely through with the meal and back once more in the living room when the latch of the French window rattled, the window itself was pushed open, and a high, imperious voice proclaimed, "The Princess of China, calling on Mr. Worth Gilbert." There stood Ina Vanderman in the gorgeously embroidered robes of a high-caste Chinese lady, her fair hair covered by a sleek black wig that struck out something odd, almost ominous in the coloring of her skin, the very planes of her features. Outside, along the porch, sounded the patter of many feet. Skeet wriggled through the narrow frame under her tall sister's arm, came scooting into the room to turn and gaze back at her. "Doesn't she look the vamp?" "Skeet!" Ina had sailed in by this time, and Ernestine followed more soberly. "You've been told not to say that." "I think," the other twin backed her up virtuously, "with poor mother sick and all, you might respect her wishes. You know what she said about calling Ina a vamp." And Skeet drawled innocently, "That'd hit too near the truth to be funny, wasn't that it?" Through the open window had followed a half-dozen more of the Blossom Festival crowd, Barbara and Bronson Vanderman among them. Ina paid no attention to anyone, standing there, her height increased by the long, straight lines of the costume, her bisque doll features given a strange, pallid dignity by the raw magnificence of its crusted purple and crimson and green and gold embroidery and dead black wig. "Isn't it an exquisite thing, Worth?" displaying herself before him. "Bronze has a complete Mandarin costume. We lead the Grand March as the Emperor and Empress of Mongolia. Don't you think it's a good idea?" "First rate." Worth spoke in his usual unexcited fashion, and it was difficult to say whether he meant the Oriental idea or the appearance of the girl who stood before him. She came close and offered the cuff of one of her sleeves to show him the embroidery, lifting a delicate chin to display the jade buttons at the neck. Barbara, over on the other side of the room, refused to meet my eye. Mrs. Bowman, a big fur piece pulled up around her throat, shivered. I met half a dozen Santa Isabel people whose names I've forgotten. I could see that Bronson Vanderman socially took the lead here, that everybody looked to him. The room was a babel of talk when a few minutes later the doorbell rang in orthodox fashion, and Chung ushered Cummings in upon the general confusion. Some of the bunch knew and spoke to him, others didn't and had to be presented. It took the first of his time and attention. He only got a chance for one swipe at me, a low-toned, sarcastic, "Made a mistake to duck me, Boyne." I didn't think it worth while to answer that. Presently I saw him standing with Barbara. He was evidently effecting a switch of his theater engagement to the ball, for I heard Skeet's, "Mr. Cummings wants a ticket. He'll need two. $10, Mr. Cummings, 5 apiece." "No, no, Skeet." Barbara laughed embarrassedly. "Mr. Cummings was just joking. He'll not be here Saturday night." "I'll come back for it." Hand in pocket. "It's a masquerade." Barbara hesitated. "Bring my costume with me from San Francisco." "I'm not sure." Again Barbara hesitated. Skeet cut in on her. "Why, Barbara Wallace, it's what you came to Santa Isabel for, the Bloss. Fess. Ball. And to think of your getting a perfectly good man right at the last minute this way, and not having to tag on to Bronze and Ina or something like that. I think you're the lucky girl." And she clutched Cummings' offered payment to stow it with other funds she had collected. At last they got themselves out of the room and left us alone with Cummings. He had carried through his little deal with Barbara as though it meant considerable to him, but I knew that his errand with Worth was serious, and put in quickly, "I intended to write or phone you tomorrow, Cummings." "Well," the lawyer worked his mouth a bit under that bristly mustache and looked at Worth. "It might have saved you some embarrassment if you'd been warned of my errand here tonight. Earlier, that is. I suppose Captain Gilbert has told you that I phoned him, when I failed to connect with you, that I was coming here, and what I was coming for?" "I didn't tell Jerry." Worth picked up a cigarette. "Couldn't very well tell him what you were coming for. Don't know myself." The words were blunt. Really, I think there was no intention to offend, only the simple statement of a fact. But I could see Cummings beginning to simmer as he inquired, "Does that mean you didn't understand my words on the phone, or that you understood them and couldn't make out what I meant by them?" "A little of both," allowed Worth. Cummings stepped close to him and let him have it direct. "I'm here tonight, Captain Gilbert, as executor of your father's estate. I have filed the will today. I might have done so earlier, but when I inventoried this place, you remember the day before the funeral, you were here at the time, I failed to locate a considerable portion of your father's estate." "You failed to locate? All the estates here, this house, the downtown properties? What do you mean, failed to locate?" "I wasn't alluding to realty," said Cummings. "It's my duty to locate and report to the court the present whereabouts of $75,000 worth of stock in the Van Ness Avenue Savings Bank. Can you declare to me as executor where it is? And if any other person than your father placed it in its present whereabouts, are you ready to declare to me how and when it came into that person's possession?" "Quite a lot of words, Cummings, but it doesn't mean anything," Worth said casually. "You know where that bank stock is, and who put it there." "Officially, I do not know. Officially, I demand to be told." "Unofficially, answer it for yourself." Worth turned his back on the lawyer to get a match from the mantel. "Very well. My answer is that I intend to find out how and when that bank stock, which formed a part of your payment to the Van Ness Avenue Bank, disappeared from this house." I admit I was scared. Here was the first gun of the coming battle, and I was sure this enemy, who stood now looking through half-closed eyes at the lad's back, would have poison gas among his weapons. He had emphasized the when. He believed that the stories of Worth's night visit to his father were true, that the implied denial by Barbara and myself in my office was false, that Worth had either received the stock from his father that Saturday night or taken it unlawfully. I was sure that it was the stock certificates which I had seen Worth take from the safe compartment of the sideboard in the small hours of Monday morning, a breach of legal form which it would be possible for a friendly executor to pass over. "Cummings, Worth inherits everything under his father's will. What's the difference about a small irregularity in taking possession? He—" "Never explain, Jerry." Worth shut me up. "Your friends don't need it, and your enemies won't believe it." Cummings had stood where he was since the first of the interview. His face went strangely livid. There was more in this than a legal fight. "Yes, Boyne's a fool to try to help your case with explanations, Gilbert," he choked out. I'll see that both of you get a chance to answer questions elsewhere, under oath. Good evening." He turned and left. He had the best of it all around. I endeavored for some time to get before Worth the dangers of his high-handed defiance of law, order, probate judges, and the court's officers, in the person of Alan G. Cummings, attorney, and his father's executor. He listened, yawned, and suggested that it must be nearly bedtime. I gave it up, and we went, I at least with a sense of danger ahead upon me, to our rooms. Along in the middle of the night, I waked to the knowledge that a casement window was pounding somewhere in the house. For a while I lay and listened in that helpless, exaggerated resentment one feels at such a time. I drop off, get nearly to sleep, only to be jerked broad awake again by the thudding. Listening carefully, I decided that the bothersome window was in Worth's room, and finally I got up sense and spunk enough to roll out of bed, stick my feet into slippers, and sneak over with the intention of locking it. The room was dimly lighted from the street lamps, far away as they were. I made my way across it. Worth's deep, regular breathing was quite undisturbed. I had trouble with the catch, went and felt over the bureau and found his flashlight, fixed the window by its help, and returning it, remembering how near I came to knocking it off the bureau top, thought to put it in a drawer which stood half open. As I aimed it downward, its circle of illumination showed something projecting a corner from beneath the swirl of ties and a sheaf of collars. A book. A red morocco-bound book. Mechanically, I nudged the stuff away with the torch itself. What lay there turned me cold. It was the 1920 diary. My fingers relaxed. The flashlight fell with a thump as I let out an exclamation of dismay. A sleepy voice inquired from the bed, "Hi, you Jerry. What are you up to in here?" For answer, I dragged out the book, went over to the bed, and switched on the reading lamp there. Worth scowled in the glare and flung his arms up back of his head for a pillow to raise it a bit. "Yeah," blinking amiably at the volume. "Meant to tell you. Found it today when I was down in the repair pit at the garage. It had been stuck in the drain pipe there." "And I suppose," I said savagely, "that if I hadn't come onto it now, you'd have burned this too." "Don't get sore, Jerry," he said. "I saved it." And he yawned. I had an uncontrollable impulse to have a look at that last entry, which would record the bitter final quarrel between this boy and his father. No difficulty about finding the spot. As I raised the book in my hands, it fell open of itself at the place. I looked, and what I saw choked me, got crosswise in my throat for a moment so no words could come out. I stuck the book under his nose and held it there till I could whisper, "Worth, did you do this?" The last written page was numbered 49. On it was recorded the date, March 6th, the weather cloudy, clearing late in the afternoon, the fact that the sun had set red in a cloudless sky, and it ended abruptly in the middle of a phrase. The leaf that carried page 50 had been torn out, not cut away carefully as were those leaves in the earlier book, but ripped loose, grabbed with clutching fingers that scarred and twisted the leaf below. He shoved my hand away and stared at me. For a moment I thought everything was over. Certainly I could not be a very appealing sight, standing there sweating with fear, my hair all stuck up on my head where I'd clawed it, shivering in my nightclothes more from miserable nervousness than from cold. But somehow those eyes of his softened. He gave me one of the looks that people who care for Worth will go far to get, and said quietly, "You see what you're doing? I told you I didn't steal the book, so that clears me in your mind of being the murderer. Now you're after me about this torn-out page. If I'd torn it out and stolen it, you and I would know what it would mean." "But, boy," I began when he suffered a change of heart. "Get out of here. Take that damn book and leave." He heaved himself over in the bed, hunching the covers about his ears, turning his back on me. As I crept away, I heard him finish in a sort of mutter, as though to himself, "I'm sorry for you, Jerry Boyne." Chapter 19. On the Hilltop. Morning dawned on the good ship Jerry Boyne, not so dismasted and rudderless as you might have thought. I'd carried that 1920 diary to my room, and before I slept, read the whole of it. This was the last word we had from the dead man. Here, if anywhere, would be found support for the suggestions of a weakening mind and suicide. Nothing of that sort here. On the contrary, Thomas Gilbert was very much his clear-headed, unpleasant, tyrannical self to the last stroke of the pen. But I came on something to build up a case against Eddie Hughes, the chauffeur. I didn't get much sleep. As soon as I heard Chung moving around, I went down, had him give me a cup of coffee, then stationed him on the back porch, and walked to the study, shut myself in, and discharged my heavy police revolver into a corner of the fireplace. Then, with the front door open, fired again. "How many shots?" I called to Chung. "One time shoot." Worth's head poked from his upstairs window as he shouted, "What's the excitement down there?" "Trying my gun. How many times did I fire?" "Once, you crazy Indian." And the question of soundproof walls was settled. Nobody heard the shot that killed Gilbert 20 feet away from the study if the door was closed. Mrs. Thornhill's ravings, as described in Skeet's letter to Barbara, were merely delirium. I walked out around the driveway to the early morning streets of Santa Isabel. The little town looked as peaceful and innocent as a pan of milk. In an hour or so, its ways would be full of people rushing about getting ready for the carnival, a curious contrast to my own business, sinister, tragic. It seemed to me that two currents moved almost as one, the hidden, dark part under, for there must be those in the town who knew the crime was murder, the murderer himself must still be here, and the foam of noisy gaiety and blossoms riding atop. A blossom festival, the boyhood of the year, and I was in the midst of it, hunting a murderer. An hour later, I talked to Barbara in the stuffy little front room at Capehart's, brow-beaten by the noise of Sarah getting breakfast on the other side of the thin board partition, more disconcerted by the girl's manner of receiving the information of how I had found the 1920 diary hidden in Worth's bureau drawer. There was a swift, very personal anger at me. I had to clear myself instantly and thoroughly of any suspicion of believing for a moment that Worth himself had stolen or mutilated the book, protesting, I don't. Listen, Barbara, be reasonable. That means, Barbara, be scared, and I won't. When they're scared, people make mistakes. You might see differently if you'd been there last night when Cummings made his charge against Worth. That $72,000 Worth carried up to the city Monday morning he had taken from his father's safe the night before. For a minute she just looked at me, and not even Worth Gilbert's daredevil eyes ever held a more inclusively defiant light than those big, soft, dark ones of hers. "Well, wasn't it his?" "All right," I said shortly. "I'm not here to talk of Worth's financial methods. They're scheduled to get him into trouble. But let that pass. Look through this book, and you'll see who it is I'm after." She had already opened the volume and began to glance along the pages. She made a motion for me to wait. I leaned back in my chair, and it was only a few moments later that she looked up to say, "Don't make the arrest, Mr. Boyne. You have nothing here against Eddie for murder." Because I doubted myself, I began to scold, winding up, "All the same, if that gink hasn't jumped town, I'll arrest him." "It would be a good deal more logical to arrest him if he had jumped the town," Barbara reminded me. "If you really want to see him, Mr. Boyne, you'll find him at the garage around on the highway. He's working for Bill." That was a setback. A fleeing Eddie Hughes might have been hopeful. And Eddie Hughes, who gave his employer back-talk, got himself fired, and then settled down within hand-reach, was not so good a bet. Barbara saw how it hit me, and offered a suggestion. "Mr. Boyne, Worth and I are taking a hike out to San Leandro Canyon this afternoon to get ferns for the decorating committee. Suppose you come along, anyhow, a part of the way, and have a quiet talk, all alone with us. Don't do anything until you have consulted Worth." "All right, I'll go you," I assented, and 2:30 saw the three of us, Worth in corduroys and puttees, Barbara with high boots and short, dust-brown skirt, tramping out past the homes of people toward the open country. At the Vanneman place, Skeet's truck was out in front, piled with folding chairs, frames, light lumber, and a lot of decorative stuff. The tall Chinaman came from the house with another load. "You Barbara Wallace!" the flapper howled. "Aren't you ashamed to be walking off with Worth and Mr. Boyne both, and good men scarce as hen's teeth in Santa Isabel today?" "I'm not walking off with them. They're walking off with me." Barbara laughed at her. "Shameless one," Skeet drawled. "I see you let Mr. Cummings have a day off. Aren't you the kind little boss to 'em?" I just raised my brows at Barbara, and she explained, a bit hastily. "Skeet thinks she has to be silly over the fact that Mr. Cummings has gone up to town, I suppose." She added with fine indifference, "He'll be back in the morning." "You bet he'll be back in the morning," Worth assured the world. "Now what does he mean by that, Mr. Boyne?" "He means Cummings is out after him." "I don't," Worth contradicted me personally. "I mean he's after Bobs. She knows it. Look at her." She glanced up at me from under her hat brim, all the stars out in those shadowy pools that were her eyes. The walk had brought sumptuous color to her cheeks, where the two extra deep dimples began to show. "You both may think," she began with a sobriety that belied the dimples and shining eyes, "looking on from the outside, that Mr. Cummings has an idea of, as Skeet would say, rushing me. But when we're alone together, about all he talks of is Worth." "Bad sign," Worth flung over a shoulder that he pushed a little in advance of us. "Takes the old fellows that way. Their notion of falling for a girl is to fight all the other Johnnies in sight. Guess you've got him going, Bobs." I walked along, chewing over the matter. She'd estimated Cummings fairly, as she did most things that she turned that clear mind of hers on. But her lack of vanity kept her from realizing, as I did, that he was in the way to become a dangerous personal enemy to Worth. His self-interest, she thought, would eventually swing him to Worth's side. She didn't as yet perceive that a motive more powerful than self-interest had hold of him now. "Why, Mr. Boyne," she answered, as though I'd been speaking my thoughts aloud, "I've known Mr. Cummings for years and years. He never—" "You said a mouthful there, Bobs." Worth halted, grinning, to interrupt her. "He never, none whatever. But he has now." "He hasn't." "Leave it to Jerry. Jerry saw him that first night in at Tate's, then afterward in the office." "Oh, come on." Barbara started ahead impatiently. "What difference would it make?" They went on ahead of me, scrapping briskly, as a boy and girl do who have grown up together. I stumped along after and reflected on the folly of mankind in general, and that of Alan G. Cummings in particular. That careful, mature bachelor had seen this lustrous young creature blossom to her present perfection. He'd no doubt offered her safe and sane attention, and when she came to live in San Francisco, where they had friends in common. But it had needed Worth Gilbert's appearance on the scene to wake him up to his own real feeling. 45 on the chase of nimble, sweet and 20. Cummings was in for sore feet and humiliating tumbles, and we were in for the worst he could do to us. I sighed. Worth had more than one way of making enemies, it seemed. At last we came in sight of the country club upon its rise of ground overlooking the golf links. The low brown clubhouse, built bungalow fashion, with a long front gallery and gravel sweep, was swarming with people, the decorators. Motors came and went. The grounds were being strung with paper lanterns. We skirted these and the links itself, where there were 2 or 3 players, obstinate, defiant old men who would have their game in spite of 40 blossom festivals, climbed a fence and crossed the grass up to the crest of a little round hill, halting there for the view. It wasn't high, but standing free as it did, it commanded pretty nearly the entire Santa Isabel district. Massed acres of pink and white, the great orchards ran one into the other without break for miles. The lanes between the trunks, diamonded like a harlequin's robe in mathematical primness, were newly turned furrows of rich black soil, against which the gray, or sometimes whitewashed trunks of apricot, peach, and plum trees gave contrast. Then the cap of glorious blossoms, meeting overhead in the older orchards, with a warm blue sky above and puffs of clouds that matched the pure white of the plum trees' bloom. The spot suited me well. We had left the town behind us. Here neither Dykeman's spotter nor anyone he hired to help him could get within listening distance. I dropped down on a bank. Worth and Barbara disposed themselves, he sprawling his length, she sitting cross-legged just below him. It wasn't easy to make a beginning. I knew it wouldn't do me any particular good with Worth to dwell on his danger, but I finally managed to lay fairly before them my case against Hetty Hughes, and I must say that, as I told it, it sounded pretty strong. I didn't want to put too much stress on having found my evidence in the diaries. I knew Worth was as obstinate as a mule, and having said that, he would not stand for anyone being prosecuted on their evidence. He'd stick to it till the skies fell. I called on my memory of those pages, now unfortunately ashes and not get-at-able, and explained that Worth's father hired Hughes directly after a jailbreak at San Jose had roused the whole country. 3 of the 4 escapes were rounded up in the course of a few days, but the 4th, known to us as Eddie Hughes, was safe in Thomas Gilbert's garage, working there as chauffeur, having been employed without recommendation on the strength of what he could do. And the low wages he was willing to take, Worth put in dryly. Old stuff, Jerry. I wasn't sure till you spilled it just now that my father was wise to it. But I knew. What you getting at? Just this. When I talked to Hughes that first night, I came down here with you. While we all supposed that death is suicide, we couldn't keep his resentment against your father, his hatred of him, from boiling over every time he was mentioned. Get on, said Worth wearily. Father hired a jailbird that came cheap. Probably put it to himself that he was giving the man a chance to go straight. I glanced up. This was just about what I remembered Thomas Gilbert to have said in the entry that told of the hiring of Eddie. Worth nodded grimly at my startled face. Eddie's gone straight since then, he filled in. That is, he's kept out of jail, which is going straight for Eddie. He'd certainly hate the man who held him as he's been held for 5 years. Not motive enough for murder, though. There's more. The 1920 diary you gave me last night tells when and why the extra bolts were put on the study doors. Your father had been missing liquor and cigars and believed Hughes was taking them. Pilfering, with an expression of distaste. That doesn't— Hold on, I stopped him. On February 12th, your father left money, marked coin and paper money, as if by accident, on the top of the liquor cabinet. Not exposed, but dropped in under the edge of the big ashtray so it might look as though it were forgotten, in a sense lost there. How much? Came the quick question. $51. He looked around at me. Just $1 above the limit of petty larceny. 100 cents added to put it in the felony class that meant state's prison. So he could have sent Eddie to the pen, eh? I guess you've got a motive there, Boyne. Well, I squirmed over my statement, blurting out finally, Hughes didn't take the money. Knew it was a trap. Worth's laugh was bitter, and hated the man who cold-bloodedly set it to catch him. If he didn't take it, don't you think he counted it? Worth, I said sharply, your father put those bolts on and continued to find that he was being robbed. He was mad about it. Any man would be. Say what you will, no one likes to find that persons in his employ are stealing from him. The aggravating thing was that he couldn't bring it home to Hughes, though he was sure of the fact. So he went back to what he had known of Eddie when he hired him. After profiting by it for 5 years, he was going to rake that up? He was, a bit nettled, and well within his rights to do so. 3 weeks before he was shot, he wrote that he'd started the inquiry. There was no further mention of the matter in the book as it stands, but don't you see that the results of the inquiry must have been on that torn-out last page? Eddie's Saturday night alibi won't hold water. His cannery girl, of course, will swear he was with her, but there's no corroborating testimony. No one saw them together from 9 till 12. Dead silence dropped on us, with the white clouds standing like witnesses in the blue above, the wind bringing now and again on its scented wings little faint echoes of the noise down at the clubhouse. "What more do you want?" Both young faces were set against me, cold and hostile. Here was motive, opportunity, a suspect capable of the deed. My theory is that Mr. Gilbert came in on Hughes, caught him in the act of stealing from the cabinet. Hughes jumped for the pistol over the fireplace, got it, fired the fatal shot, and placed the dead man's fingers about the butt of the gun. Then he picked up the diary lying on the table, tore out the leaf about himself, and poked the rest of the book down the drainpipe. "And the shot?" Worth resisted me. "Why didn't the shot bring Chung on the run?" "Because he couldn't hear it. Nobody'd hear it 10 paces away. That's what I was trying out this morning. You told me I'd fired once. Well, I fired twice. Once with the door shut, and neither you nor Chung heard it. Afterward, with the door open, the report you registered." "The blotter, and it had been used on that last page, showed no words to strengthen this theory of yours," said Barbara, as confidently as though the little blue square had been clear print instead of broken blurring. Perhaps it was clear to her. I was glad I'd given it a thorough re-examination the night before. "I think it does." I struggled against the tide, manfully, buoying myself up with the tracing of the blotter. "Here's the word demanded, reasonably connected with the affair. The letters LLER may be the last end of caller, or possibly Fuller. I noticed Gilbert spoke in a former entry of the bottle in the cabinet and Hughes snitching from it, and used the word Fuller. Here's the word Avenue, complete, and Lizzie Watkins, Hughes' girl, lives on Myrtle Avenue." The silence after that was fairly derisive. Worth broke it with an impatient, "And the fact of the bolted doors throws all that stuff out." "Well," I grunted, "Barbara deduced the slipping of some bolts to please you once. Why can't she again?" "Mr. Boyne," the girl spoke quickly, "it wouldn't help you a bit to be assured that Eddie Hughes could enter the study and leave it bolted behind him when he went out. Help you to the truth, I mean. These facts you've gathered are all wobbly. They'll never in the world fit in trim and true. They're hardly facts at all. They're partial facts." "Wouldn't help me," I ejaculated. "It would cinch a case against him. We've got to have someone in jail, and that shortly. We're forced to." "Forced?" Worth had sat up a little and reached far forward for a stone that lay among the weeds down there. He spoke to me sidewise with a challenging flicker of the eye. Barbara kept her lips tight shut. "I need a prisoner," trying to correct my error, then burst out, "My lord, children, an arrest isn't going to hurt a man like Hughes, even if he proves to be innocent. It's an old story to him. Barbara, you said yourself that the man who stole the 1920 diary was the murderer." "But I didn't say Eddie Hughes stole it." Her tone was significant, and it checked me. I couldn't remember what the deuce she had said that night. There recurred to me her mimicry of a woman's voice, Laura Bowman's as I believed, to determine through Chung who Thomas Gilbert's feminine visitor had been. Should that clue have been followed up before I moved on Eddie Hughes? Even as I got to this point, I heard Worth punctuating his remarks with the whang of his rock on the bit of twig he was pounding to pieces. "Boyne, I won't stand for any arrest being made except in all sincerity. The person you honestly believe to be the criminal. Does that mean you forbid me, in so many words, to proceed against Hughes on what I've got?" "It does," Worth said. "You're not convinced yourself. Leave it alone." "'Nough said." I jumped to my feet. If he wouldn't let me lay hands on Hughes, there was nothing to do but go after the next one. "You two run along. Get your ferns. There's a man at the club here I have to see." Barbara was afoot instantly. Worth lay looking at her for a moment, then heaved himself up, shook his shoulders, and stood beside her. "Race you to the foot of the hill?" she flashed up at him. "You're on," he chuckled. "I'll give you a running start, to the tree down there, and beat you." They were off. She ran like a deer. Worth got away as though he was in earnest. He caught her up just at the finish. I couldn't see which one won, but they walked a few rods hand in hand. Something swelled in my throat as I watched them away. Life's springtime, and the years. Boy and girl running, like kids that had never known a fear or a mortal burden, over an earth greener than any other, because its time of verdure is brief, dreaming already of the golden tan of California midsummer, under boughs where tree blooms made all the air sweet. For sake of the boy and the girl who didn't know enough to take care of their own happiness, I wheeled and galloped in the direction of the country club. There is an institution known, and respected, in police circles as the Holy Scare. I was determined to make use of it. I'd throw a holy scare into a man I knew and see what came out. Chapter 20. At the Country Club. The country club, when I walked up its lawn, was noisy with the hammering and jawing of its decoration committee. Out in the glass belvedere, like superior goods on display, taking it easy while everyone else worked, I saw a group of young matrons of the smart set, Ina Vandeman among them, drinking tea. The open play she was making at Worth troubled me a little. He was the silent kind that keeps you guessing. She'd landed him once. What was to hinder her being successful with the same tactics, whatever they'd been, a second time? Then I saw Edward's car was still out in the big crescent driveway, showing by the drift of twigs and petals on its running board that it had been used to bring in tree blooms from his ranch. The man himself crossed the veranda, and I hailed. "Any place inside where you and I could have a private word together?" I think so, Boyne." He hesitated. "Come on back here." He led me straight across the big assembly room which was being trimmed for the ball. From the top of a stepladder, Skeet Thornhill yelled to us, "Where are you two going? Come back here and get on the job." She had a dozen noisy assistants. I waved at her from the further door as we ducked. Strange that honest, sound little thing should be own sister to the dull-faced vamp out there in the showcase. Edwards made for a little writing room at the end of a corridor. I followed his long, nervous stride. If the man had been goaded to the shooting of Thomas Gilbert, it would have been an act of passion, and by passion he would betray himself. When I had him alone, the door shut, I went to it, told him we knew that death was murder, not suicide, and that the crime had been committed early Saturday night. Before I could connect him with it, he broke in on me. "Is Worth suspected?" "Not by me," I said. "And by God, not by you, Edwards. You know better than that." I held his eye, but read nothing beyond what might have been the flare of quick anger for the boy's sake. "Who, then?" he said. "Who's dared to lisp a word like that? That hound Cummings, chasing around Santa Isabel with Bowman, is that where it comes from? I told Worth the fellow was knifing him in the back." He began to stride up and down the room. "The boy's got other friends. That'll go their length for him. I'm with him till hell freezes over. You can count on me." Exactly what I wanted to find out. I cut in, so significantly that he whirled at the end of his bead and stared. "Meaning?" "Meaning you are the one man who could clear Worth Gilbert of all suspicion." "What do you know?" The big voice had come down to a mere whisper. Plenty of passion now, a passion of terror. I spoke quickly. "We know you were in the study that night with a companion." And I piled out the worst of his affair as I'd read it in the diaries, winding up, "Plain what brought you there. Quarrel? Motive? Don't need to look any further." Before I was done, Jim Edwards had groped over to a chair and slumped into it. A queer, toneless voice asked, "Worth sent you to me, a detective, with this?" "No," I said. "I'm acting on my own." "And against his will?" It came back instantly. "What of it?" I demanded. "Are you the coward to take advantage of his sense of honor, to let his generosity cost him his life?" "His life." That landed. Watching, I saw the struggle that tore him. He jumped up and started toward me. I hadn't much doubt that I was now going to hear a plea for mercy, a confession of sorts, as he stopped, dropped his head, and stood scowling at the floor. "Talk," I said. "Spill it. Now's your time." He raised his eyes to mine and spoke suddenly. "Boyne, I have nothing to say." "And Worth Gilbert can hang, and be damned to him, is that it?" I took another step toward him. "No, Edwards, that nothing-to-say stuff won't go in a court of law. It won't get you anywhere. They'll never in the world try Worth for that killing. I'm expecting his arrest any hour. A trial? Those cursed diaries of Tom's brought into court. My God, I believe if I'd known he'd written things like that, I could have killed him for it." I stared. He had forgotten me, but at this speech I mentally dropped him for the moment and fastened my suspicions on the woman who went with him to the study. "All right," I said brutally. "You didn't kill Thomas Gilbert, but you took Mrs. Bowman to the study that night to have it out with him and get 6 pages from the 1916 book. She got 'em, and you know what she had to do to get 'em." "Hold on, Boyne," he said sternly. "Don't you talk like that to me." "Well," I said, "Mrs. Bowman was there, after those diary leaves. I heard Barbara Wallace imitate her voice, and Chung recognized the imitation. You know, that night at the study, the first night." He took a bewildered moment or two for thought, then broke out, "It wasn't Laura's voice Barbara imitated. Did she say so?" "No, but she imitated the voice of a woman who came weeping to get those pages from the diary. And who else would that be? Who else would want them?" "You're off the track, Boyne." He drew a great shuddering sigh of relief. "Tom was always playing the tyrant to those about him. No doubt some woman did come crying for that stuff, but it wasn't Laura." "By heaven!" I exclaimed as I looked at him. "You know who it was. You recognized the voice that night, but the woman isn't one you're interested in." "I'm interested in all women, so far as their getting a decent show in the world is concerned," he maintained sturdily. "I'd go as far as any man to defend the good name of a woman, whether I thought much of her or not." "This other woman," I argued, not any too keen on such a job myself, "hasn't she got some man to speak for her?" Edwards looked at me innocently. "She didn't have, then," he began, and I finished for him. "But she has now. I've got it." As I jumped up and hurried to the door, his eyes followed me in wonder. There I turned with, "Stay right where you are. I'll be back in a minute." I ducked out into the hall and signaled a passing messenger, then stepped quickly back into the writing room and said, "I've sent for Bronson Vandeman." He settled deeper in his chair with, "I'll stay and see it out. If you get anything from Vandeman, I miss my guess." Chapter 21. A Matter of Taste. Upon our few moments of strained waiting, Vandeman breezed in, full of apologies for his shirt-sleeves. I remembered noticing the monogram worked on the left silken arm, the fit and swing of immaculate trousers, as smoothly modeled to the hip as a girl's gown, his ever-smiling face, the slightly exaggerated way he wiped fingers already clean on a handkerchief pulled from a rear pocket. He was the only unconstrained person in the room. He hardly looked surprised. His glance was merely inquiring. Edwards apparently couldn't stand it. He jumped up and began his characteristic pacing of one end of the constricted place, jerking out as he walked. "Bronce, it's my fault that Boyne sent for you. He's working on this trouble of Worse, you know. He's had me in here, grilling me, shaking me over hell, and something I said, God knows why, sent him after you." Trouble of Worth's? Vandeman had been about to sit. His half-bent knees straightened out again. He stood beside the chair and spoke irritably. "Told you, Boyne, if you meddled with that coroner's verdict, you'd get your employer in the devil of a tight place. Nobody had any reason for wanting Worth's father out of the way, except Worth himself. Frankly, I think you're wrong, but everything that I can do, of course—" "All right," I said, letting it fly at him. "Where was your wife from 7 to 9:30 on the evening of Gilbert's murder?" Back went his head, out flashed all the fine teeth. The man laughed in my face. "Excuse me, Mr. Boyne. I understand that this is serious. Nothing funny about it. But really, you know, recalling the date, what you said is amusing. My dear man," he went on as I stared at him,
Please remember yourself where Ina was on that particular evening." "The wedding and reception were done with by 7 o'clock," I objected. This ground was familiar with me. I'd been over it in considering what opportunity Laura Bowman would have had for a call on Thomas Gilbert at the required hour. If she could slip away for it, why not Ina Vandeman? As though he read my thoughts and answered them, Vandeman filled in. "A bride, you know, is dead certain to have at least half a dozen persons with her every minute of the time until she leaves the house on her wedding trip. Ina did, I'm sure. We'll just call her in, and she'll give you their names." He was up and starting to bring her. I stopped him. "We'll not bother with those names just now. I'd rather have you, or Mrs. Vandeman, tell me what you suppose would be the entry in Thomas Gilbert's diary for May 31 and June 1st, 1916. I have already identified it as the date on which the Bowmans first moved into the Wallace house. I think Mr. Edwards knows something more, but he's not so communicative as you promised to be." He looked as if he wished he hadn't been so liberal with his assurances. I saw him glance half sulkily at Edwards, as he exclaimed, "But those diaries are burned. They're burned. Worth told us the other night that he burned them without reading." At the words, Edwards stopped stock still, something almost humorous at the back of the suffering gaze he fastened on my face. I met it steadily, then answered Vandeman. "Doesn't make any difference to anybody that those books are burned. I'd read them. I know what was in them, and I know that 3 leaves, 6 pages, covering the entries of May 31 and June 1st, 1916, were cut out." "But what the deuce, Boyne?" Vandeman wrinkled a smooth brow. "What would some leaves gone from Mr. Gilbert's diary 4 years ago have to do with us here today, or even with his recent death?" "Pardon me," I said shortly. "The matter's not as old as that. True, the stuff was written 4 years ago. It recorded happenings on those dates. But the ink that was used in marking out a run-over on the next following page was fresh. Anyhow, Mr. Vandeman, we know that a woman came weeping to Mr. Gilbert on the very night of his death, only a short time before his death, as nearly as medical science can determine that, and we believe that she came after those leaves out of the diary and got them, whatever she had to do to secure them." I was struck with the difference in the way these 2 men took inquiry. Edwards had writhed, changed color, started to speak and caught himself back, showed all the agony of a clumsy criminal who dreads the probing that may give him away. Temperament, the rotten spot in his affairs. Vandeman, younger, not entangled with an unhappy married woman, sat looking me in the eye, still smiling. The blow I had to deal him would be harder. It concerned his bride, but he'd take punishment well. I proceeded to let him have it. "I can see that Mr. Edwards has an idea what the entries on those pages covered. He has inadvertently shown me that your wife was the woman who came and got them from Thomas Gilbert on the night he was murdered." At that he turned on Edwards, and Edwards answered the look with, "I didn't. On my honor, Bronze, I never mentioned your name or Ina's. The Chinaman told him that, about some woman coming that evening." "Mr. Vandeman," I broke in, "there's no use beating about the bush. Chung recognized your wife's voice. She was the woman who came weeping to get those diary leaves." He took that with astonishing quietness, and, "Suppose you were shown that she wasn't out of her mother's house?" "Wouldn't stop me. Allow that her alibi's perfect. Yet you men have something. There's something here I ought to know." "Something you'll never find out from me." Jim Edwards' deep voice was full of defiance. "Bronze, I owe you an apology, but you can depend on me to keep my mouth shut." After a minute's consideration, Vandeman said, "I don't know why we should any of us keep our mouths shut." Jim Edwards looked utterly bewildered as the man sat there, thinking the thing over, glanced up pleasantly at me and suggested, "Edwards has a little different slant on this from me. I don't know why I shouldn't state to you exactly what happened, right there in Gilbert's study on the date you mentioned." "Oh, there did something unusual happen, and you've just remembered it." "There did something unusual happen, and I've just remembered it, aided there, too, by your questions and Edward's queer looks." "Cheer up, old man. We haven't all got your southern chivalry. From a plain, common-sense point of view, what I have to tell is not in the least to my wife's discredit. In fact, I'm proud of her all the way through." Jim Edwards came suddenly and nervously to his feet, strode to the further corner of the room, and sat down at as great a distance from Vandeman as its dimensions would permit. He turned his face to the small window there, and through all that Vandeman said, kept up a steady, maddening tattoo with his fingernails on the sill. "This has to do with what I told you the first night I ever talked with you, Boyne. You threw doubt on Thomas Gilbert's death being suicide. I gave as a reason for my belief that it was a knowledge and conviction that the man's mind was unhinged." Edward's tattoo at the window ceased for a minute. He stared, startled, at the speaker, then went back to it, and Vandeman proceeded. "I'm not telling Jim Edwards anything he doesn't know, and what I say to you, Boyne, that's discreditable to the dead, I can't avoid. Here it is. On the evening of June 1st, 1916, I had dinner alone at home. You'll find, if you look at an old calendar, that it falls on a Sunday. Jim Edwards had dined informally at the Thornhills. As he told it to me later, they were all sitting out on the side porch after dinner, and nobody noticed that Ina wasn't with them until they heard cries coming from somewhere over in the direction of the Gilbert place. At my house I'd heard it, and we both ran for the garage, where the screams were repeated again and again. We got there about the same time, found the disturbance was in the study, and Edwards, who was ahead of me, rushed up and hammered on its door." Again Jim Edwards stopped the nervous drumming of his fingers on the window-sill, while he stared at the younger man as at some prodigy of nature. Finally he seemed unable to hold in any longer. "Hammered on the door," he repeated. "If you're going to turn out the whole damn thing to Boyne, tell it straight. Door was open. We couldn't have heard a yip out of Ina if it hadn't been. Tom there in full sight, sitting in his desk chair, cool as a cucumber, letting her scream." "I'm telling this," Vandeman snapped. Gilbert looked to me like an insane man. Jim, you're crazy as he was to say anything else. Never supposed for a minute you thought otherwise. That poor girl there, dazed with fright, backed as far away from him as she could get, hair flying, eyes wild. I looked from one to the other. What Edwards had said of the cold, contemptuous old man, what Vandeman told of the screaming girl. No answer to such a proposition, of course, but an attempted frame-up. To let the bridegroom get by would best serve my purpose. "All right, gentlemen," I said. "And now could you tell me what action you took on this state of affairs?" "Action?" Vandeman gave me an uneasy look. "What was there to do? Told you I thought the man was crazy." "And you, Edwards?" "Let it go as Braunt says. I cut back to Mrs. Thornhill's, scouting to see what the chance was for getting Ina in without the family knowing anything." "That's right," Vandeman said. "I stayed to fetch her. She was fine. To the last, she let Gilbert save his face, actually send her home as though she were the one to blame. Right then I knew I loved her, wanted her for my wife. On the way home I asked her and was accepted." "In spite of the fact that she was engaged to Worth Gilbert?" "Boyne," he said impatiently, "what's the matter with you? Haven't I made you understand what happened there at the study? She had to break off with the son of a man like that. Ina Thornhill couldn't marry into such a breed." "Slow up, Vandeman." Edward's tone was soft, but when I looked at him I saw a tawny spark in his black eyes. Vandeman fronted him with the flamboyant embroidered monogram on his shirt-sleeve, the carefully careless tie, the utterly good clothes, and, most of all, at the moment, the smug satisfaction in his face of social and human security. "I thought of what that Frenchman says about there being nothing so enjoyable to us as the troubles of our friends. Needn't think you can put it all over the boy when he's not here to defend himself, jump on him because he's down. Tell that your wife discarded him, cast him off, for disgraceful reasons. Damn it all! You and I both heard Tom giving her orders to break with his son, she sniffling and hunting hairpins over the floor and promising that she would." "Cut it out!" yelled Vandeman, as though someone had pinched him. "I saw nothing of the sort. I heard nothing of the sort. Neither did you." I think they had forgotten me, and that they remembered at about the same instant that they were talking before a detective. They both turned, mum and startled-looking, Edwards to his window, Vanneman to a nervous brushing of his trouser edges, from which he looked up, inquiring doubtfully. "What next, Boyne? Jim's excited, but you understand that there's no animus, and my wife and I are entirely at your disposal in this matter." "Thank you," I said. "Would you like to talk to her?" "I would." "When?" "Now." "Where?" "Here, or let the lady say." Vanneman gave me a queer look and went out. When he was gone, I found Jim Edwards scrabbling for his hat where it had dropped over behind the desk. I put my back against the door and asked, "Is Bronson Vanneman a fatuous fool, or does he take me for one?" "Some men defend their women one way, and some another. Let me out of this, Boyne, before that girl gets here." "She won't come in a hurry," I smiled. "Her husband's pretty free with his promises, but more than likely I'll have to go after her if I want her." "Well?" He looked at me uncomfortably. "Blackmail's a crime, you know, Edwards. A woman capable of it might be capable of murder." "You've got the wrong word there, Boyne. This wasn't exactly blackmail." "What then?" "The girl. I never liked her, never thought she was good enough for Worth, but she was engaged to him, and in this I think she was fighting for her hand." He searched my face and went on cautiously. "You read the diaries. They must have had complaints of her." "They had," I assented. "Anything about money?" I shook my head. "You said there were 2 entries gone. The first would have told you, I suppose. Before we go further, Boyne, let me make a little explanation to you, for the girl's sake." "Shoot," I said. "It was this way," he sighed. "Thornhill, Ina's father, made 15 or 20,000 a year, I would say, and the family lived it up. He had a stroke and died in a week's time. Left Mrs. Thornhill with her daughters, her big house, her fine social position, and mighty little to keep it up on. Ina is the eldest. She got the worst of it, because at the first of her being a young lady, she was used to having all the money she wanted to spend. The twins were right on her heels. The thing for her to do was to make a good marriage and make it quick. But she got engaged to Worth. Then he went to France. There you were. He might never come back. Tom always hated her, watched her like a hawk, got onto something about—" "Out with it," I said. "What? Come down to cases." "Money." He uttered the one word and stood silent. I made a long shot with, "Mr. Gilbert found she'd been getting money from other men." "Borrowing, Boyne. They use the word borrowed," Edwards put in. "It was always Tom's way to summon people as though he had a little private judgment bar, haul them up and lecture them. I suppose he thought he had a special license in her case." "And she went prepared to frame him and bluff him to a standoff. Is that the way you saw it?" "My opinion, what I might think," said Mr. James Edwards of Sunnyvale Ranch, "wouldn't be testimony in a court of law. You don't want it, Boyne." "Maybe not," I grunted. "Perhaps I could make as good a guess as you could at what young Mrs. Vanneman's capable of. A dolly face, and behind it the courage of hell." "Boyne," he said, as I left the door free to him, "quit making war on women." "Can't." I grinned and waved him on out. The detective business would be a total loss without him. Chapter 22. A Dinner Invitation. "Look what's after you, man," Skeet warned me from her lofty perch as I went out through the big room in quest of Ina Vanneman. "Better you stay here. I give you a job. Lot safer. Only run the risk of getting your neck broken." I grinned up into her jolly, freckled face, and waited for the woman who came toward me with that elastic, swinging movement of hers, the well-opened eyes studying me, keeping all their secrets behind them. "Mr. Boyne." A hand on my arm guided me to a side door. We stepped together out onto a small balcony that led to the lawn. "My husband brought me your message. Nobody over by the tennis court. Let's go and walk up and down there." Her fingers remained on my sleeve as we moved off. She emphasized her points from time to time by a slight pressure. "Such a relief to have a man like you in charge of this investigation." She gave me an intimate smile. Tall as she was, her face was almost on a level with my own, yet I still found her eyes unreadable, none of those quick tremors under the skin that register the emotions of excitable humanity. She remained a handsome, perfectly groomed, and entirely unruffled young woman. "Thank you," was all I said. "Mr. Vanderman and I understand how very, very serious this is. Of course, now, neighbors and intimates of Mr. Gilbert are under inspection. Everybody's private affairs are liable to be turned out. We've all got to take our medicine. No use feeling personal resentment." Fine, but she'd have done better to keep her hands off me. An old police detective knows too much of the class of women who use that lever. I looked at them now, white, delicate, many-ringed, much more expressive than her face, and I thought them capable of anything. "Here are the names you'll want." She fumbled in the girdle of her gown, brought out a paper and passed it over. "These are the ones who stayed after the reception, went up to my room with me, and helped me change, or rather hindered me." "The ones." I didn't open the paper yet, just looked at her across it. "Who were with you all the time from the reception till you left the house for San Francisco?" "It's like this." Again she smiled at me. "The 5 whose names are on that paper might any one of them have been in and out of my room during the time. I can't say as to that, but they can swear that I wasn't out of the room, because I wasn't dressed. As soon as I changed from my wedding gown to my traveling suit, I went downstairs, and we were all together till we drove to San Francisco and supper at Tate's, where I had the pleasure of meeting you, Mr. Boyne." "I understand," I said. "They could all speak for you, but you couldn't speak for them." Then I opened and looked. Some list. The social and financial elect of Santa Isabel, bankers' ladies, prune kings' daughters, persons you couldn't doubt or buy. But at the top of all was Laura Bowman's name. We had halted for the turn at the end of the court. I held the paper before her. "How about this one? Do you think she was in the room all the time, or have you any recollection?" The bride moved a little closer and spoke low. "Laura and the doctor were in the middle of one of their grand rows. She's a bunch of temperament. Mamma was ill. The girls were having to start out with only Laura for chaperone. She said something about going somewhere, and it wouldn't take her long. She'd be back in plenty of time. But whether she went or not, Mr. Boyne, you don't want us to tell you our speculations and guesses. That wouldn't be fair, would it?" "It wouldn't hurt anything," I countered. "I'll only make use of what can be proven. Anything you say is safe with me." "Well, then, of course, you know all about the situation between Laura and Jim Edwards. Laura was determined she wouldn't go up to San Francisco with her husband, or if she did, he must drive her back the same night. She wouldn't even leave our house to get her things from home. The doctor, poor man, packed some sort of bag for her and brought it over. When he came back with it, she wasn't to be found, and she never did appear until we were getting into the machine." I listened, glancing anxiously toward the skyline of that little hill over which Worth and Barbara might be expected to appear almost any moment now. Then we made the turn at the end of the court, and my view of it was cut off. "Laura and Jim, they're the ones this is going to be hard on. I do feel sorry for them. She's always been a problem to her family and friends. A great deal's been overlooked. Everybody likes Jim, but he's a Southerner. Intrigue comes natural to them." 5 minutes before, I had been listening to Edward's pitiful defense of this girl. I recalled his scouting for a chance to get her home unseen and save her standing with her family. That could be classed as intrigue too, I suppose. We were strolling slowly toward the clubhouse. "I don't give Dr. Bowman much," I said deliberately. A quick look came my way, and Mr. Gilbert was greatly attached to him. Everybody's always believed that only Mr. Gilbert's influence held that much together. Now he's dead, and Laura's freed from some sort of control he seemed to have over her. Of course, she hopes and expects she'll be able to divorce the doctor in peace and marry Jim."
"No movement of the sort yet?"
She stopped and faced round toward me. "Dr. Bowman, he's our family physician, you know, is trying for a very fine position away from here, in an exclusive sanitarium. Divorce proceedings coming now would ruin his chances. But I don't know how long he can persuade Laura to hold off. She's in a strange mood. I can't make her out myself. She disliked Gilbert, yet his death seems to have upset her frightfully."
"You say she didn't like Mr. Gilbert?"
"They hated each other. But he was so peculiar. Of course, that wasn't strange. Many people detested him. Braun never did. He always forgave him everything because he said he was insane. Braun told you my experience, the one that made me break with Worth."
She looked at me, a level look. No shifting of color, no flutter of eyelid or throat. We were at the clubhouse steps. "Here comes the boy himself," I warned as Worth and Barbara, their arms full of ferns, rounded the turn from the little dip at the side of the grounds where the stream went through. We stood and waited for them.
"You two," Ina spoke quickly to them. "Mr. Boyne's just promised to come over to dinner tomorrow night."
Her glance asked me to accept the fib and the invitation.
"I want both of you."
"I'm going to be at your house anyhow, Ina," Barbara said, "working with Skeet painting those big banners they've tacked up out in your court. You'll have to feed us, but we'll be pretty messy. I don't know about a dinner party."
"It isn't," Ina protested, smiling. "It's just what you said, feeding you. Nobody there besides yourself and Skeet but Mr. Boyne and Worth, if he'll come."
"I have to go up to San Francisco tomorrow," said Worth.
"But you'll be back by dinner time,"
Ina added quickly. "If I make it at all."
"Well, you can come just as you are, if you get in at the last minute," she said, and he and Barbara went on to carry their ferns in. When they were out of hearing, she turned and floored me with, "Mr. Vandeman has forbidden me to say this to you, but I'm going to speak. If Worth doesn't have to be told about me and his father, I'd be glad."
"If the missing leaves of the diary are ever found," I came up slowly, "he'd probably know then." I watched her as I said it. What a strange look of satisfaction in the little curves about her mouth as she spoke next.
"Those leaves will never be found, Mr. Boyne. I burned them. Mr. Gilbert presented them to me as a wedding gift. He was insane, but intending to take his own life, I think even his strangely warped conscience refused to let a lying record stand against an innocent girl who had never done him any harm."
We stood silent a moment, then she looked round at me brightly with,
"You're coming to dinner tomorrow night? So glad to have you. At 7 o'clock. Well, if this is all, then—"
And at my nod, she went up the steps, turning at the side door to smile and wave at me. What a woman! I could but admire her nerve. If her alibi proved copper-fastened, as something told me it would, I had no more hope of bringing home the murder of Thomas Gilbert to Mrs. Bronson Vandeman of Santa Isabel than I had of readjusting the stars in their courses. Chapter 23. A Bit of Silk. I must admit that when Worth and Barbara walked up and found me talking to Ina Vandeman, I felt caught dead to rights. The girl gave me one long, steady look. I was afraid of Barbara Wallace's eyes. Then and there I relinquished all idea of having her help in this inquiry. She could have done it much better than I, attracted less attention, but no matter. The awkward moment went by, however. I heaved a sigh of relief as they carried their ferns on into the clubhouse, and Mrs. Vandeman left me with gracious good-byes. I had the luck to cover my first inquiry by getting a lift into town from Mrs. Ormsby, young wife of the president of the First National. Alone with me in her little electric, she answered every question I cared to put, and said she would be careful to speak to no one of the matter. 3 others I caught on the wing, as it were, busy at Blossom Festival affairs. The fete only 1 day off now, things were moving fast. I glimpsed Dr. Bowman downtown and thought he rather carefully avoided seeing me. His wife was taking no part.
the word went that she was not able. But when I called at what had been the Wallace and was now the Bowman home, I found the front door open and two ladies in the hall. One of them, Laura Bowman herself, came flying out to meet me, or rather, it seemed to stop me with a face of dismay. "My mother's here, Mr. Boyne." Her hand was clammy cold. She'd been warned of me and my errand. "I don't want to take you through that way." I stood passive and let her do the saying. "Around here," she faltered. "We can go in at the side door." We skirted the house by a narrow walk. She was leading the way by this other entrance, when, spread out over its low step, blocking our progress, I saw a small Japanese woman ripping up a satin dress. "Let us pass, Umi." "Wait, we can talk as well here." I checked her. We moved on a few paces, out of earshot of the girl, but before I could put my questions, she began with a sort of shattered vehemence to protest that Thomas Gilbert's death was suicide. "It was, Mr. Boyne. Anybody who knew the scourge Thomas had been to those he must have loved in his queer, distorted way, and anyone who loved them, could believe he might take his own life." "You speak freely, Mrs. Bowman," I said. "Then you hated the man?" "Oh, I did. For years past, I've never heard of a death without wondering that God took other human beings and let him live. Now that he's killed himself, it seems dreadful to me that suspicion should be cast on—" "Mrs. Bowman," I interrupted, "Thomas Gilbert's death was murder. All persons who could have had motive or might have had opportunity to kill him will be under suspicion till the investigation clears them of it. I'm now ascertaining the whereabouts of Ina Vandeman that evening." A shudder went through her. She looked at me feelingly, twisting her hands together in the way I remembered. Despite her distress, she was very simple and accessible. She gave me no resistance, admitted her absence from the Thornhill house at about the time the party was ready to start for San Francisco. Edwards, of course. I got nothing new here. She seemed thankful enough to go into the house when I released her. I lingered a moment to have a word with the little Japanese woman on the step. "How long you worked this place?" 2 hours afternoon every day," ducking and giggling like a mechanical toy. "Just a pieceworker, not a regular servant." "Pretty dress." I touched the satin on the step. "Whose?" "Mine." Grinning, she spread a breath out over her knees. "Lady no like any more. Mine." It was a peculiar shade of peacock blue, unless I was mistaken, the one Mrs. Bowman had worn that night at Tate's. "Hello, what's this?" I bent to examine a small hole in the hem of that breath Umi was so delightedly smoothing. "Oh, I think may burn 'em. Not like any more." There was a small round hole, just so a cigarette might have seared, or a bullet. "Not can use," I said to Umi, indicating the injured bit. "Cut that off. Give me." And I laid a silver dollar on the step. Giggling, the little brown woman snipped out the bit of hem and handed it to me. I glanced up from tucking it into my pocket, and saw Laura Bowman's white face staring at me through the glass of that side entry door. A suggestive lead, certainly, but it's my way to follow one lead at a time. I went on to the Thornhill place. Everybody there would know my errand, for though with taste I could but admire, Ina had put no name of any member of the family on her list. She, of course, expected me to call on them, and would never have let her sisters leave the country club without a warning. The three were just taking their hats off in the hall when I arrived. I did my questioning there, not troubling to take them separately. Cora and Ernestine, a well-bred pair of Inas, without her pep, perhaps a shade less good-looking, made their replies with none of the usual flutter of feminine curiosity and excitement, then went on in the living-room. Skeet, of course, was as practical and brief as a sensible boy. "I don't know whether she's fit to see you," she said when I spoke of her mother, and on the instant Ina Vandeman's clear, high voice came down the stair. "Bring Mr. Boyne up, now." Skeet stepped aside for me to pass. I suppose I looked as startled as I felt, for on my way to the house I had seen Mrs. Vandeman drive past toward town. I stood there at a loss, and finally said aimlessly,
Your sister thinks it's all right?"
"My sister?" Skeet wrinkled her brows at me and glanced to where the twins were in sight in the living room. "That was Mother herself who called you." All the way up the stairs, Skeet following, I was trying to swing my rather heavy wits around to take advantage of this new development. So far, Ina Vandeman's voice, imitated by Barbara Wallace and recognized by Chung and Jim Edwards, possibly by Worth, had been my lead in this direction. If more than one woman spoke in that voice, where would it take me? I'd got no adjustment before I was ushered into a large, dim room and confronted by a figure in a reclining chair by the window. Here, in spite of years and illness, were the same good looks and thoroughbred courage that seemed to characterize the women of this family. Mrs. Thornhill greeted me in Ina Vandeman's very tones, a little high-pitched for real sweetness, full of a dominating quality, and she showed a composure I had not expected. To Skeet, standing by, watching to see that her mother didn't overdo in talking to me, she said, "Dear, go downstairs. Jane's left her dinner on the range and gone to the grocery. You look after it while she's away." When we were alone, she lay back in her chair, eyes closed, or seemingly so, and made her statement. She'd been in her daughter's room only twice between the reception and that daughter's going away. "But the room was full of other people." A glimmer between lashes. "I could give you the names of those others." "Thank you," I said. "Mrs. Vandeman has already done that. I've seen them all." "You've seen them all?" A long, furtively drawn breath. Then her eyes flashed open and fixed themselves on me. Relief was there, yet something stricken, as they traveled over me from my gray thatch to my big feet. "Now, Mrs. Thornhill," I said, "aside from those 2 visits to your daughter's room, where were you that evening?" A slow flush crept into her thin cheeks. The unreadable eyes that were traveling over Jerry Boyne stopped suddenly and held him with a quiet stare. "I understood it was my daughter's movements on that evening you wished to trace, Mr. Boyne," she said slowly. "It would be difficult to trace mine. Really, I had so much on my hands with the reception and inefficient help—" She broke off, her eyes never leaving my own, even as she added smoothly, "It would be very, very difficult." There is an effect in class almost like the distinction of race. These women spoke a baffling language. Their psychology was hard for me. If there was something hid up amongst them that ought to be uncovered by diplomacy and delicate indirection, it would take a smarter man than the one who stood in my number 10s to do it. "Mrs. Thornhill," I said, "you did leave the house. You went to Mr. Gilbert's study. The shot that killed him left you a nervous wreck, so that you couldn't hear a tire blow out without reenacting in your mind the scene of that murder. You'll talk now." "You think I will? Talk to you?" Very low and quiet, eyes once more closed. "Why not? It's got to come, here in your own home, with me, or I'll have to put you where you'll be forced to answer questions." "Oh, you threaten me, do you?" Her eyes flashed open and looked at me, hard as flint. "Very well. I'll answer no questions as to what happened on the evening of Thomas Gilbert's death, except in the presence of Worth Gilbert, his son." My retirement down the Thornhill stairs, made with such dignity as I could muster, was in fact a panic flight. Halfway, Cora Thornhill all but finished me by looking out from the living room and calling in Ina Vandeman's voice, "Ernie, show Mr. Boyne out, won't you?" Ernestine completed the job when she answered, in Ina Vandeman's voice also, "Yes, dear, I will." It was only the scraps of me that she swept out through the front door. I stood on the porch and mopped my brow. Across, there at the Gilbert place, was Worth himself, charging around the grounds with Vandeman and a lot of other decorators, pruning shears in hand, going for a thicket of bamboos that shut off the vegetable garden. At one side, Barbara stood alone, looking, it seemed to me, rather depressed. I made for her. She met me with, "I know what you've been doing. Skeet came to me about it while Ina was phoning home from the country club." "Well, she should worry. I've just finished with her list. Got an unbreakable alibi." "She would have," Barbara said listlessly. "She wasn't at the study that evening." "Huh. I worked on your tip that she was." Barbara had pulled off the little stitched hat she wore, yet the deep flush on her cheeks was neither from sun nor an afternoon's hard work. It, and the quick straightening of her figure, the lift of her chin, had to do with me and my activities. "Mr. Boyne," the black eyes came around to me with a flash, "do you suspect me of trying to pay off a spite on Ina Vandeman?" "Good Lord, no!" I exploded. "And anyhow, I've just found that what you imitated and Chung recognized might as well have been the mother's voice as the daughter's." "Yes," she assented. "Any one of the family, under stress of emotion." Then suddenly, "And why do I tell you that? You'll not get it from what I do. I ought never to have mixed up my kind of mental work with other people's. I'd promised my own soul that I would never make another deduction. Then Worth came and asked me, that night at Tate's. I might say now that I never will any more." She broke off, storm in her eyes and in her voice as she finished. "But I suppose if he wanted me to again, I'd make a little fool of myself for his amusement, just as I did this time and have done all those other times." "I'll not ask anything more of you, Barbara," I said to her hastily, confused and abashed before the glimpse she'd given me of her heart. "Except that I beg you to stay good friends with Cummings. That man hates Worth. If you turned him down now, say for the ball or anything like that, he'd be twice as hard for us to handle. Keep him a passive enemy instead of an active one, as long as he seems to find it necessary to hang around Santa Isabel." "You know what's holding Mr. Cummings here, don't you?" She glanced somberly past the bamboo gatherers to where we saw a gray corner of the study with its pink ivy geranium blossoms atop. "Mr. Cummings is held here by 2 steel bolts, the bolts on those study doors. Until he finds how they can be moved through an inch of planking, he'll not leave Santa Isabel." She'd put it in a nutshell, and I couldn't let him beat me to it. I'd got to get the jump on him. Chapter 24. The Magnet. I had all set for next morning, my roadster at Capehart's for repair, old Bill tipped off that I didn't want anyone but Eddie Hughes to work on it, and to add to my satisfaction, there arrived in my daily grist from the office the report that they had Skeels in jail at Tijuana. "Well, Jerry, old socks," Worth hailed my news as I followed it out to his car where he was starting for San Francisco and going to drop me at the Capehart garage. "Some luck. If Skeels is in jail at Tijuana, and what I'm after today turns out right, we may have both ends of the string." Pink and white were the miles of orchard surrounding Santa Isabel, pink and white nearly all the dooryards, every tree its own little carnival of bloom with bees for guests. Already the streets were full of life, double the usual traffic. As we neared the Capehart cottage, on its quiet side street about a half a block from the garage, there was Barbara under the apple boughs at the gate, talking to some man whose back was to us. She bowed. I answered with a wave toward the garage, but Worth scooted us past without, I thought, once glancing her way, sent the roadster across Main where he should have stopped and let me out, went on and into the highway at a clip which rocked us. "Was that Cummings?" holding my hat on. No answer that I could hear while we made speed toward San Francisco. And still no word was spoken until we had outraged the sensibilities of all whose bad luck it was to meet us, those whom we passed going at a mere reasonable pace, scared a team of workhorses into the ditch, and settled down to a steady whiz. We were getting away from Santa Isabel a good deal further and a good deal faster than I felt I could afford. I took a chance and remarked, to nobody in particular and in a loud voice, "I asked Barbara not to make a break with Cummings. It would be awkward for us now if she did." "Break?" Worth gave me back one of my words. "Yes, I was afraid she might throw him down for the carnival ball." Without comment or reply, he slowed gently for the big turn where the Medlow Road comes in, swept a handsome circle, and headed back. Then he remarked, Thought I'd show you what the little boat could do under my management. Eddie had her in fair shape, but I've tuned her up a notch or two since." I responded with proper enthusiasm, and would have been perfectly willing to be let out at Main Street. But he turned the corner there, ran on to the garage, jumped out, and followed me in. Bill, selling some used tires to a customer in the office, nodded and let us go past to where my machine stood. We heard voices back in the repair shop and a hum of swift, whirring shafts and pulleys. Worth kept with me. It embarrassed me, made me nervous. It was as though he had some notion of my purpose there. Hughes, at his lathe, caught sight of us and growled over his shoulder, "Your machine's ready." This wouldn't do. I stepped to the door with, "Fix the radiator, did you?" "Sure. What'd you think?" Hughes was at work on something for a girl. She perched at one end of his bench, swinging her feet. Worth, behind me, touched my shoulder, and I saw that the girl over there was Barbara Wallace. She looked up at us and smiled. The sun slanting through dirt-covered windows made color effects on her silken black hair. Eddie gave us another scowl and went on with his work. "Hello, Bobs." Worth's greeting was casual. "Thought I'd stop and tell you I was on my way, you know." A glance of understanding passed between them. "Better come along?" "I'd like to," she smiled. "You'll be back by dinner time. If it wasn't the last day, and I hadn't promised—" Neither of them in any hurry. "Hughes," I said, "there's another thing needs doing on that car of mine." "Can't do nothing at all till I finish her job." He shrugged me off. "All right," and I stepped through into the grassy backyard, put a smoke in my face, and began walking up and down, my glance, each time I turned, encountering that queer bunch inside. Worth, hands in pockets. The chauffeur he had discharged, and that I was waiting to get for murder, bending at his vice. Barbara's shining dark head close to the tousled unkemptness of his pole, as she explained to him the pulley arrangement needed to raise and anchor the banner she and Skeet were painting. Suddenly, at the far end of my beat, I was brought up by a little outcry and stir. As I wheeled toward the door, I saw Bobs and Worth in it, apparently wrestling over something. Laughing, crying, she hung to his wrist with one hand, and the other covering one of her eyes. "Let me look," he demanded. "I won't touch it, if you don't want me to. You have got something in there, Bobs." But when she reluctantly gave him his chance, he treacherously went for her with a corner of his handkerchief in the traditional way, and she backed off, uttering a cry that fetched Hughes around from the lathe, roaring at Worth, above the noise of the machinery. "What's the matter with her?" "Steel splinter, in her eye," Worth shouted. With a quick oath, the belt pole was thrown to stop the lathe. Down the length of the shop to the scrap heap of odds and ends at the rear Hughes raced, returning with a bit of metal in his hand. Barbara was backed against the bench, her eyes shut, and tears had begun to flow from under the lids. "Now, Miss Barbie," Hughes remonstrated, "you let me at that thing. This'll pull it out and never touch you." I saw it was a horseshoe magnet he carried. "Do you think it will?" "Sure," and Eddie approached the magnet to her face. "It won't hurt you at all. She'll begin to pull before she even touches. Now steady, want to come as near contact as I can. Don't jump. Hell!" Barbara had sprung away from him. But for Worth's quick arm, she would have been into the machines. "No," she said between locked teeth, tears on her cheeks. "I can't let him." "Why, Barbara," I said, astonished, and poor Eddie almost blubbered as he begged, "Aw, come on, Miss Barbie. It was my fault in the first place, leaving that damn lathe run. You got to let me." "But if it doesn't work?" "Sure it'll work. Would I offer to use it for you if I hadn't tried it out lots of times? To pull splinters and—" "Give me that magnet." Worth reached the long arm of authority, got what he wanted, shouldered Hughes aside, and took hold of the girl with, "Quit being a little fool, Barbara. That thing's only caught in your lashes now. Let it get in against the eyeball, and you'll have trouble. Hold still." The command was not needed. Without a word, Barbara raised her face, put her hands behind her, and waited. Delicately, Worth caught the dark fringe of the closed eye, turned back the lid so that he could see just what he was at, brought the horseshoe almost in touch, then drew it away. And there was the tiny steel splinter that could have cost her sight, clinging to the magnet's edge. "Here you are," he smiled. "Wasn't that enough to call you names for?" "You didn't call me names," dabbing away with a small handkerchief. "You told me to quit being a little fool. Maybe I will. How would you like that?" Apparently, Hughes did not resent Barbara's refusing his help and accepting Worth's. He went back to his vice. The two others strolled together through the doorway into the garage, talking there for a moment in quick, low tones. Then Barbara returned to perch on the end of Eddie's bench, play with the magnet, and watch him at work. I lit up again and stepped out. I could see Barbara gather some nails, screws, and loose pieces of iron, hold a bit of board over them, and trail the magnet back and forth along its top. Though a half-inch of wood intervened, the metal trash on the bench followed the magnet to and fro. I got nothing out of that except that Barbara was still a child, playing like a child, till I looked up suddenly to find that she had ceased the play, brought her feet up to curl them under her in the familiar Buddha pose, while the busy hands were dropped and folded before her. Her rebellion of yesterday evening, and now her taking up the concentration unasked, she wouldn't want me to notice what she was doing. I ducked out of sight. I had walked up and down that yard a half-dozen times more, when over me with a rush came the significance of those moving bits of iron, trailing a magnet on the other side of a board. 3 long steps took me to the door. "Hughes!" I shouted. "I'm taking my machine now. Be back directly." The man grunted without turning around. I had forgotten Barbara, but as I was climbing into the roadster, I heard her jump to the floor and start after me. "Mr. Boyne! Wait, Mr. Boyne!" I checked and sat grinning as she came up, the magnet in her hand. I reached for it. "Give me that," I whispered. "Want to go along and see me use it?" "No, no," in hushed protest. "You're making a mistake, Mr. Boyne." "Mistake? I saw what you did in there. Said you never would again, then went right to it. You sure got something this time. Girl, you've turned the trick." "Oh, no, you mustn't take it like that, Mr. Boyne. This is nothing, as it stands, just a single unrelated fact that I used with others to concentrate on. Wait, do wait, till Worth comes back, anyhow." "All right." I felt that our voices were getting loud, that we'd talked here too long. No use of flushing the game before I was loaded. "First thing to do is verify this." I felt good all over. "Yes, of course." She smiled faintly. "You would want to do that." And she climbed in beside me. I drove so fast that Barbara had no chance to question me, though she did find openings for remonstrating at my speed. I dashed into the driveway of the Gilbert place and came to an abrupt stop at the doors of the garage. And right away I bumped up against my first check. I gripped the magnet, raced to the study door with it, she following more slowly to watch while I passed it along the wooden panel where the bolt ran on the other side. And nothing doing. Again she followed as I ran around to the outside door, opened up and tried it on the bare bolt itself. No stir. While she sat in the desk chair at that central table, her elbows on its top, her hands lightly clasped, the chin dropped in interlaced fingers, following my movements with very little interest, I puffed and worked, opened a door and tried to move the bolt when it wasn't in the socket, and felt like cursing in disappointment. "A little oil," I grumbled, more to myself than to her, and hurried to the garage workbench for the can that would certainly be there. It was, but I didn't touch it. What I did lean over and clutch from where they lay tossed in carelessly among rubbish and old spare parts were 3 more magnets exactly the same as the one we had brought from Capehart's. I sprinted back with them. "Barbara," I called in an undertone, "come here, look." Held side by side, the 4, working as one, Moved the bolts as well as fingers could have done, and through more than an inch of hard wood. Yes, she looked at it, but that doesn't prove Eddie Hughes the murderer. No? Her opposition began to get on my nerves. I'm afraid that'll be a matter for 12 good men and true to settle. She stood silent, and I added, I know now whose shadow I saw on the broken panel of that door there the first Sunday night. Oh, it was Eddie's, she agreed, rather unexpectedly. And he came to steal the 1920 diary, I supplied. He came to get a drink from the cellarette and a cigar from the case. That's the use he made of his power to move these bolts. Until the Saturday night when he killed his employer, the man he hated, and left things so the crime could pass as suicide. Barbara, are you just plain perverse? Instead of answering, she went back to the table, got the contraption Hughes had made for her, and started as if to leave me. On the threshold, she hesitated. I don't suppose there's anything I can say or do to change your mind. Her tone was inert, drained. I know that Eddie is innocent of this, but you don't want to listen to deductions. Later, I said to her briskly. It'll keep. I've something to do now. What? You promised Worth to make no move against Eddie Hughes until you had his permission. She seemed to think that settled it. I let her keep the idea. Run along, Barbara, I said. Get to your paint daubing. I'll forgive you everything for deducing, well, discovering, if you like that better, about these bolts and magnets. Skeet burst from the kitchen door of the Thornhill house, caught sight of us, shouting something unintelligible, and came racing through the grounds toward Vandeman's. "Been waiting for me long, Angel?" she called as Barbara moved up with a lagging step, then, waving 2 pairs of overalls, "Got pants for both of us, honey. The paints and brushes are over there. We'll make short work of that old banner now." Promised Worth, had I? But the situation was changed since then. No man of sense could object to my moving on what I had now. I locked the study door, went back to my roadster, and headed her uptown. Chapter 25. An Arrest. It was a thankful, if not a joyous, Jerry Boyne who crossed the front pergola of the Vandeman bungalow that evening in the wake of Worth Gilbert, bound for an informal dinner. The tall, unconscious lad who stepped ahead of me had been made safe in spite of himself. This weight off my mind, I felt kindly to the whole world, to the man under whose dining table we were to stretch our legs, whose embarrassing private affairs I had uncovered. He'd taken it well, seconding his wife's dinner invitation, meeting my eye frankly whenever we encountered. My mood was expansive. When Vandeman himself opened the door to us, explaining that he was his own butler for the day, I saw him quite other than he had ever appeared to me. For one thing, here in his own house, and this was the first time I had ever been in it, you got the man with his proper background, his suitable atmosphere. The handsome living room into which he took us showed many old pieces of mahogany, and some of the finest Oriental stuff I ever saw. Books in cases, sets of standard writers, such as people of culture bought 30 or 40 years ago, some family pictures about. This was Vandeman, a lot behind such a fellow, after all, if he did seem rather a lightweight. Ina joined us, very beautifully dressed. She also showed the ability to sink unpleasant considerations in the present moment of hospitality. We lingered a moment, chatting. Then, "Shall we go and look at the artists working?" she suggested, and led the way. We followed out onto a flagged terrace at the rear. A dozen great muslin strips were tacked over the walls there, and 2 small figures, desperate, smudged, wearing the blue overalls Skeet Thornhill had waved at us, toiled manfully smearing the Blossom Festival colors on in lettering and ornamental designs. "Ina," Skeet yawped at her sister, "another dirty, low Irish trick. Get yourself all dressed up like a sore thumb, and then show us off in this fix." Mutely, Barbara revolved on the box she occupied. There was fire in her soft eyes. Her color was high as her glance came to rest on Worth. "Fong Ling's nearly ready to serve dinner," said Ina calmly. Stop fussing and go wash up." "Hello, Mr. Boyne." As Skeet passed me, she wiped a paw on a paint rag and offered it to me without another word. I got a grip and a look that told me there was no hangover with her from that scene yesterday in her mother's sick room. Vandeman was commenting on his depleted bamboo clumps. "Mine suffered worse than yours, Worth. Fong Link kicked like a bay steer about our taking so much. He's nursed the stuff for years like a fond mother, but we had to have it for that effect up around the orchestra stand." "Then he's been with you a long time?" I caught at the chance for information on this chink, information that I'd found it impossible to get from the chink himself. "Ever since I came in here. Chinamen, you know, not like Japs. Some loyalty. You can keep a good one for half a lifetime." We strolled back to the living room. The girls were there before us, Skeet picking out bits of plum blossoms and bunches of cherry bloom from a great bowl on the mantel and sticking them in Barbara's dark hair, wreath fashion. "Best we could do at a splurge," she greeted us, "was to turn in our blouses at the neck." "And what in the world are you doing to Barbara?" Mrs. Vandeman said sharply. "Let her alone, Skeet. You'll make her look ridiculous." Skeet stuck out her tongue at her sister and went calmly on, mumbling as she worked. "Hold till, 'ittle Barbie child. Look up at pretty mans and hold till." Over the mantel, in front of Barbara as she stood, her back to us all, hung an oil painting, one of those family groups, same old popper, same old mommer, and a fat baby in a white dress and a blue sash. At that, it was good enough to show that the man had some resemblance to Vandeman as he leaned there on the mantel below it, rather encouraging Skeet's enterprise. From the other side, I could see Barbara's glance go from man to picture. "Doesn't it look like Van, Barbie?" Skeet kept up the conversation. "Got the same ring and all, but it ain't Van. Him's the Tootsie in there with the blue ribbon round his tummy." "I say, Skeeter, lay off!" Vandeman looked self-consciously from the painted ring in the picture to the real ring on his own well-kept hand, there on the mantel edge. "People aren't interested in family histories." "I am," said Barbara unexpectedly. As the gong sounded and we all began to move toward the dining room, they were still on the subject and kept it up after we were seated. Fong Ling served us. The bride had Worth on her right and talked to him in lowered tones. Barbara, between Vandeman and myself, continued to show an almost feverish attention to Vandeman. It was plain enough from where I sat that nothing Ina Vandeman could say gave the lad any less interest in his plate. But I suppose with a girl, the mere fact of some other girl being allowed to show intentions counts. Did the flapper get what was going on, as she looked proudly across at her handiwork and demanded of me, "Say, Mr. Boyne, you saw how Ina tried to do us dirt. And now, honest to goodness, hasn't Barbie with the plum blossoms got Ina and her artificial flowers skun a mile?" I didn't wonder that young Mrs. Vandeman saved me the necessity of answering by taking her up. "Skeet, you're too outrageous." There she sat, quite a beauty in a very superior fashion, and Worth at her side was having his attention called to this dark young creature across the table, whose wonderful still fire, the white blossoms crowning her hair, might well have made even a lovelier than Ina Vandeman look insipid. And Worth did take his time admiring her. I saw that, but all he found to say was, "Bobs, I suppose Jerry's told you that he's treed Clayt at Tijuana." "No," said Barbara, "he hasn't said a word. But I'm just as much surprised at Clayt's being caught as I was at Skeel's escaping capture." "Say that over, and say it slow." Vandeman was good-natured. "Or rather, put it in plain American, so we all can understand." "Mr. Boyne knows what I mean." Barbara gave me a faint smile. "Mr. Boyne and I add up Skeels and Clayt and get a different result, that's all." "Bobs doesn't think that Skeels is Clayt, caught or uncaught," Worth said briefly, and went on eating his dinner. Apparently he didn't give a hang which way the fact turned out to be. "Why don't you?" Vandeman gave passing attention. She shook her head and put it. "Skeels at liberty was quite possibly Clayt. Skeels captured cannot be Clayt. Mr. Boyne, do you call that a paradox?" "No.
An unkind slam at a poor old man's ability in his profession. I started out to find a gang, but Clade and Skeels are so exactly one, mentally, morally, and physically, that I don't see why we should seek further." "Back up, Jerry." Worth tossed it over at me. "Let Barbara," he didn't often use the girl's full name that way, "give you a description of Clate before you're so sure." "How could I?" The girl's tone was defensive. "I never saw him." "I want you," Worth paid no attention to her objections, "to describe the man you thought you were asking for that day at the Gold Nugget, when Jerry butted in, and your ideas got lost in the excitement about Skeels. Deduce the description, I mean." "Deduce it?" Barbara spoke stiffly, incredulously, her glance going from Worth to the well-gowned, well-groomed woman beside him. I remember her moment of rebellion yesterday evening on the lawn, when she said so bitterly that if he asked it again she'd do it again, as she finished, "Deduce? Here?" "Here and now." Worth's laconic answer sent the blood of healthy anger into her face, made her eyes shine, and it brought from Ina Vandeman a petulant, "Oh, Worth, please don't turn my dinner table into a sideshow." "Ina, dear." Vandeman raised his eyes at her, then quite the cordial host urging a guest to display talent. "They say you're wonderful at that sort of thing, and I've never seen it." Barbara was mad for fair. "Oh, very well." She spoke pointedly to Vandeman and left Worth out of it. "If you think you'd really enjoy seeing me make a sideshow of Ina's dinner table—" She stopped and waited. Vandeman played up to the situation as he saw it, with one of his ready smiles. Worth threw no lifeline. Ina didn't think it worthwhile to apologize for her rudeness. Skeet was openly in a twitter of anticipation. There was nothing for me to do. A little commotion of skirts told us that she was drawing up her feet to sit cross-legged in her chair. "She's going to. Oh, golly," Skeet chortled. "Haven't seen Bobsy do one of those stunts since I was a child." Arms down, hands clasped, eyes growing bigger, face paling into snow, we watched her. To all but Vandeman, this was a more or less familiar performance. They took it rather as a matter of course. It was the Chinaman, coming in with the coffee tray, who seemed most strangely affected by it. He stopped where he was in the doorway, rigid, staring at our girl, though with a changeful light in his eye that seemed to me to shift between an unreasonable admiration and an unreasonable fear. Orientals are superstitious, but what could the fellow be afraid of in the beautiful young thing, Buddha-posed, blossoms in her hair? The girl had gone into her stunt with a sort of angry energy. He seemed to clutch himself to stillness for the brief time that it held. Only in the moment that she relaxed, and we knew that Barbara had concentrated, Barbara was Barbara again, did he move quietly forward, a decent, competent servant, stepping around the table, placing our cups. "Just 2 facts to go on," she said coldly. "My results will be pretty general." "Nothing to go on in the way of a description of Clate." I tried to help her out. "I'd call that one we had of him as near nothing as it well could be." "Yes, the nothingness of it was one of my facts," she said, and stopped. "Let's hear what you did get, Bobs," Worth prompted, and Skeet giggled, half under her breath, "Speech! Speech!" At the Gold Nugget, whatever he called himself there, Edward Clate was 10 years younger than he had seemed at the bank. He appeared to weigh 12 pounds more, threw out his chest, walked with his head up, and therefore would have been estimated quite a bit taller. This personality was an opposite of the other. Bank Clerk Clate was demure, unobtrusive. This man wore loud patterns. The bank clerk was silent. This man talked to everyone around him, tilted his hat over one eye, smoked cigars just as those men were doing that day in the lobby. Acted like them, was one of them. In the Gold Nugget, Clate was a very average Gold Nugget guest, don't you see? Commonplace there, just as the other Clate had been commonplace in a bank or an office. Her voice ceased. On the silence it left, Worth spoke up quietly. "Bullseye as usual, Bobs. Every word you say is true.
and at the Gold Nugget his name was Henry J. Brundage. He had room 30 on the top floor. Skeet clapped her hands, jumped up, and came around the table to kiss Barbara on the ear and tell her she was the most wonderfulest girl in the world. "Heh!" I flared at Worth. "Find that all out today in San Francisco?" "No." "Oh, it was the Brundage clue that took you south." "Yep. Left Louis on the job at the hotel while I was away. Today I went after Brundage's automobile. Found he kept one in a garage on Jackson Street." "It's gone, of course, and no trace," Barbara murmured. "Gone since the day of the bank theft," Worth nodded. "He and the money went in it." "Say," I leaned over toward him, "wouldn't it have saved wear and tear if you told me at the first that you knew Skeels couldn't be Clayt?" "Oh, but Jerry, you were so sure. And Skeels wasn't possible for a minute. Never in this little piking tin horn life." I don't believe I had seen Worth so happy since he was a boy playing detective. I glanced around and pulled myself up. We certainly weren't making ourselves very entertaining for the Vandemans. There they sat at their own table, like handsome figureheads, smiling politely, pretending a decent interest. "All this must be a bore to you people," I apologized. "Not at all, not at all," Vandeman assured us. "Well, then, if you don't mind, Worth, I'll go and use Vandeman's phone. Put my office wise to these Brundage clues of yours." Worth nodded. No social scruples were his. I had by no means given up the belief that Skeels in jail at Tijuana would still turn out to be one of the gang. I had just got back to the table from my phoning when the doorbell rang. We saw the big Chinese slip noiselessly through the rear into the hall to answer it, coming back a moment later, announcing in his weighty, correct English, "Two gentlemen calling, to see Captain Gilbert." "Ask for me?" Worth came to his feet in surprise. "Who told them I was here?" "I do not know." The Chinaman spoke unnecessarily as Worth was crossing to the door. "I did not ask them that." "Use the living room, Worth," Vandeman called after him. "We'll wait here." With the closing of the door, conversation languished. Even Skeet was quiet and seemed depressed. My ears were straining for any sound from in there. As I sat, hand dropped at my side, I suddenly felt, under shelter of the screening tablecloth, cold, nervous fingers slipped into mine. Barbara wasn't looking at me, but I gave her a quick glance as I pressed her gripping small hand encouragingly. She was turned toward Vandeman. Pale to the lips, her great eyes fixed on the eyes of our host, I saw with wonder how he slowly stirred a spoon about in his emptied coffee cup, and stared back at her with a face almost as colorless as her own. The bride glanced from one to the other of them and spoke sharply. "What's the matter with you two? You're not uneasy about Worth's callers, are you?" "No, no, no." Vandeman was the first to come out of it, responding to her voice a good deal as if she dashed cold water in his face, his eyes breaking away from Barbara's, his lips parted in a nervous smile. He ran a hand through his hair, an inelegant gesture for him at the table, and laughed a little. "We ought to be in there," Barbara said to me, a curious stress in her voice. "How funny you talk, Barbie," Skeet quavered. "What do you think's wrong?" And Ina spoke decidedly. "Worth is one person in the world who can certainly take care of himself, and would rather be let alone." "If you think there is anything we should do," Vandeman began anxiously, and Skeet took a look around at our faces and fairly wailed, "What is it? What's the matter? What do you think they're doing to Worth in there, Barbie?" "I think they were arresting him," Barbara said in a low, choked tone. "Only they don't know." "Arresting him?" I broke in on her, startled, getting halfway to my feet. Then, as remembrance came to me, sinking back with, "Certainly not. The murderer of Thomas Gilbert is already in the county jail. I arrested Eddie Hughes this morning." "You arrested Eddie Hughes?" It was a cry from Barbara. The cold little hand was jerked from mine. Twisting around in her chair, she stared at me with a look that made me cold. "Then you've moved those two steel bolts for Cummings." I jumped to my feet. On the instant the door opened, and in it stood Worth, steady enough, but his brown-tanned face was strangely bleached. "Jerry," he spoke briefly, "I want you. The sheriff's come for me." Chapter 26. Mrs. Bowman Speaks. Midnight in the sheriff's office at San Jose, and I had to telephone Barbara. She'd be waiting up for my message. The minute I heard her voice on the wire, I plugged in. Yes, done all I could. A horse could do no more. They've got Worth. The words stuck in my throat, but they had to come out. I left him in a cell. A sound came over the wire. Whether speech or not, it was something I couldn't get. "He's taking it like a man and a soldier, girl," I hurried. "Not a word out of him about my having gone counter to his express orders, arrested Hughes, and pulled this thing over on us." "Oh, Mr. Boyne, of course he wouldn't blame you. Neither would I. You acted for what you thought was his good. The others—" "Vandeman's already gone home. Tell you, he stood by well, Barbara, that Taylor's dummy. Surprised me. No, didn't let Jim Edwards come with us. So broken up I didn't want him along. Only hurt our case over here, the way he is now." "Your case?" She spoke out clearly. "What is the situation?" "A murder charge against Worth on the secret files. Hughes is out. Cummings got him. Took him, don't know where. Can't locate him." "Do you need to?" "Perhaps not, Barbara. What I do need is someone who saw Thomas Gilbert alive that night after Worth left to go back to San Francisco." "And if you had that someone—" "If we could produce before Cummings one credible witness to that, it would mean an alibi. I'd have Worth out before morning." "Then, Mr. Boyne, get to the Fremont house here as quickly as you can. Mr. Cummings is here. Get him out of bed if you have to. I'll bring the proof you need." "But, child," I began. "Don't waste time talking. How long will it take you to get here?" "Half an hour." "Oh, you may have to wait for me a little, but I'll surely come. Wait in Mr. Cummings' room." 12:30 when I reached the Fremont house, to find it all alight, its lobby and corridors surging with the crowd of Blossom Festival guests. Nobody much in the bar. Soft drinks held little interest. But in the upper halls, getting to Cummings' room, I passed more than one open door where the hip-pocket cargoes were unloading, and was even hailed by name, with invitations to come in and partake. Cummings was still up. The first word he gave me was, "Dykeman's here." "Glad of it," I said. "Bring him in. I want you both." It took a good deal of argument before he brought the Western cereal man from the adjoining room, where he had evidently been just getting ready for bed. He came to the conference resentful as a sore-headed old bear. "Maybe you think Worth Gilbert will sleep well tonight, in jail?" I stopped him and instantly differentiated the two men before me. Cummings took it with an ugly little half-smile. Dykeman rumpled his hair and bolstered his anger by shouting at me, "This country'll go to the dogs if we make an exempt class of our returned soldiers. Break the laws, they'll have to take the consequences, just as a man that was too old or too sickly to fight would have to take 'em. If I done what Captain Gilbert's done, I wouldn't expect mercy." "You mean, if you done what you say he's done," I countered. "Nothing's proved yet." "Nothing proved?" Dykeman huddled in his chair and shivered. Cummings shook out an overcoat and helped him into it. He settled back with a protesting air of being about to leave us, and finished squeakily, "Didn't need to prove that he had Clate's suitcase." "Good Lord, Mr. Dykeman, you're not lending yourself to accuse a man like Worth Gilbert of so grave a crime as murder just because you found his ideas irregular, maybe reckless, in a matter of money." "Don't answer, Dykeman." Cummings jumped in. "Boyne's trying to get you to talk." The old chap stared at me doubtfully, then broke loose with a snort. "See here, Boyne, you can't get away from it. Your man Gilbert has embarked on a criminal career, mixed up in the robbery of our bank, with Clate to rob us. Had our own attorney go through the form of raising money to buy us off from the pursuit of Clate." "How about me?" I stuck in the question as he paused for breath. "Do you think Worth Gilbert would put me on the track of a man he didn't want found?" Cummings cut in ahead to answer for him. "Just the point. You've not done any good at the inquiry, never will, so long as you stand with Worth Gilbert. He needed a detective who would believe him through thick and thin, and he found such a man in you." I could not deny it when Dykeman yipped at me. "Ain't that true? If it was anybody else, wouldn't you see the connection? Captain Gilbert came here to Santa Isabel that Saturday night, as we've got witnesses to testify, had a row with his father. We've got witnesses for that, too. The word money passed between them again and again in that quarrel. And then the young man had the nerve to walk into our bank next morning with his father's entire holdings of our stock in Clate's suitcase. Boyne, you're crazy." "Maybe not," I said, reckoning on something human in Dykeman to appeal to. "You see, I know where Worth got that suitcase. It came out of my office vault. Evidence we'd gathered in the Clate hunt. Getting it and using it that way was his idea of humor, I suppose." "Sounds fishy." Dykeman made an uncomfortable shift in his chair, but Cummings came close, and standing, hands rammed down in the pockets of his coat, let me have it savagely. "Evidence, Boyne, is the only thing that would give you a license to rout men out at this time of night. New evidence. Have you got it? If not—" "Wait." I preferred to stop him before he told me to get out. "Wait." I looked at my watch. In the silence we could hear the words of a yawp from one of the noisy rooms when a passer-by was hailed. "There she goes! There! Look at the chickens!" A minute later a tap sounded on the door. Cummings stood by while I opened it to Barbara, and a slender, veiled woman, taller by half a head in spite of bent shoulders and the droop of weakness which made the girl's supporting arm apparently necessary. At sight of them, Dykeman had come to his feet, biting off an exclamation, looking vainly around the bare room for chairs, then suggesting, "Get some from my room, Boyne." I went through the connecting door to fetch a couple. When I came back, Barbara was still standing, but her companion had sunk into the seat the shivering, uncomfortable old man offered, and Cummings was bringing a glass of water for her. She sipped it, still under the shield of her veil. This was never Ina Vandeman. Could it be that Barbara had dragged Mrs. Thornhill from her bed? I saw Barbara bend and whisper reassuringly. Then the veil was swept back. It caught and carried the hat with it from Laura Bowman's shining, copper-colored hair, and the doctor's wife sat there ghastly pale, evidently very weak, but more composed than I had ever seen her. "I'm all right now." She spoke very low. "Miss Wallace," Dykeman demanded harshly, "who is this lady?" "Mrs. Bowman." Barbara looked her employer very straight in the eye. "Hey?" he barked. "Any relation to Dr. Bowman? Any connection with him?" "His wife." Cummings bent and mumbled to the older man for a moment. "Laura," Barbara said gently, "this is Mr. Dykeman. You're to tell him and Mr. Cummings." "Yes," breathed Mrs. Bowman. "I'll tell them. I'm ready to tell anybody. There's nothing in dodging and hiding and being afraid. I'm done with it. Now, what is it you want to know?" Cummings' expression said plainer than words that they didn't want to know anything. They had their case fixed up and their man arrested, and they didn't wish to be disturbed. She went on quickly of herself. "I believe I was the last person who saw Mr. Gilbert alive. I must have been. I'd rushed over there, just as Ina told you, Mr. Boyne, between the reception and our getting off for San Francisco." "All this concerns the early part of the evening," put in Cummings. "Yes, but it concerns Worth, too. He was there when I came in. It was very painful." "The quarrel between Captain Gilbert and his father, do you mean?" Dykeman asked his first question. Mrs. Bowman nodded assent. "Thomas went right on, before me, just as though I hadn't been there. Then, when it came my turn, he would have spoken out before Worth of my private affairs. That was his way. But I couldn't stand it. I went with Worth out to his machine. He had it in the back road. We talked there a little while, and Worth drove away, going fast, headed for San Francisco."
"And that was the last time you saw Thomas Gilbert alive?" Cummings summed up for her.
"I hadn't finished," she objected mildly. "After Worth was gone, I went back into the study and pleaded with Thomas for a long time. I pointed out to him that if I'd sinned, I'd certainly suffered, and what I asked was no more than the right any human being has, even if they may be so unfortunate as to be born a woman."
Dykeman looked exquisitely miserable, but Cummings was only the lawyer getting rid of an unwanted witness, as he warned her. "Not the slightest need to go into your personal matters, Mrs. Bowman. We know them already. We knew also of your visit to Mr. Gilbert's study that night, and that you didn't go there alone. Had the testimony been of any importance to us, we'd have called in both you and James Edwards." I could see that her deep concern for another steadied Laura Bowman.
"How do you know all this?" she demanded. "Who told you?"
"Your husband, Dr. Bowman." Up came the red in her face, her eyes shone with anger.
"He did follow me then. I thought I saw him creeping through the shrubbery on the lawn."
"He did follow you. He has told us of your being at the study, the two of you, when young Gilbert was there." "See here, Cummings," I put in. "If Bowman was around the place, then he knows that Worth left before the crime was committed. Why hasn't he told you so?" "He has," Cummings said neatly, and I felt as though something had slipped. Barbara kept a brave front, but Mrs. Bowman moaned audibly. "And still you've charged Worth Gilbert? Why not Bowman himself? He was there. As much reason to suspect him as any of the others. Do you mean to tell me that you won't accept Mrs. Bowman's testimony, and Dr. Bowman's, as proving an alibi for Worth Gilbert?" "I'm ready to swear that he was at Tate's at 5 minutes past 10, was there continuously from that time until a little after midnight, when you yourself saw him there." "A little past midnight." Cummings repeated my words half derisively. "Not good enough, Boyne. We base our charge on the medical statement that Mr. Gilbert met his death in the small hours of Sunday morning." I looked away from Barbara. I couldn't bear her eye. After a stunned silence, I asked, "Whose? Who makes that statement?" "His own physician. Dr. Bowman swears—"
"He—" Mrs. Bowman half rose from her chair. "He'd swear to anything. I—"
"Don't say any more." Cummings cut her off, and Dykeman mumbled,
"The whole history of your marital infelicity's all over the shop. Too bad such things had to be dragged in. Man seems to be a worthy person."
"Dr. Bowman told me positively," I broke in, "on the Sunday night the body was found, that death must have occurred before midnight." "Gave that as his opinion. His opinion, then," Cummings corrected me. "Yes." I accepted the correction. "That was his opinion before he quarreled with Worth. Now he—" "Slandering Bowman won't get you anywhere, Boyne," Cummings said. "He wasn't here to testify at the inquest. Man alive, you know that nothing but sworn testimony counts." "I wouldn't believe that man's oath," I said shortly. "Think you'll find a jury will?" smirked Cummings, and Dykeman croaked in,
"A mighty credible witness! A mighty credible witness!"
While these pleasant remarks flew back and forth, a thumping and bumping had made itself heard in the hall. Now something came against our door, as though a large bundle had been thrown at the panels. The knob rattled, jerked, was turned, and a man appeared on the threshold, swaying unsteadily. Two others, who seemed to have been holding him back, let go all at once, and he lurched a step into the room. Dr. Anthony Bowman. A minute he stood blinking, staring, then he caught sight of his wife and bawled out,
"She's here all right. Told you she was here. Can't fool me. Saw her go past in the hall."
I looked triumphantly at Dykeman and Cummings, their star witness, drunk as a lord. So far, he seemed to have sensed nothing in the room but his wife. Without turning, he reached behind him and slammed the door in the faces of those who had brought him, then advanced weavingly on the woman with, "Get up from there. Get your hat. I'll show you. You come long home with me."
Ain't I your husband?" "Dr. Bowman," peppery little old Dykeman spoke up from the depths of his chair, "your wife was brought here to a meeting," Cummings supplied hastily. "Huh?" Bowman wheeled and saw us. "Why, didn't know so many gentlemen here." "Yes." The lawyer put a hand on his shoulder. "Conference. Over the evidence in the Gilbert case. No time like the present for you to say—" "Hold on a minute." Bowman raised a hand with dignity. "Cummings," said Dykeman disgustedly, "the man's drunk." No, owlishly. "Not intoxicated. Overcome with motion." He took a brace. "That woman there, if she'd tell you, walk into hotel room, find her with 3 men, 3 of 'em." "How much of this are these ladies to stand for?" I demanded. "Ladies!" Bowman roared suddenly. "She's m'wife. Where's the other man? Nothing against you gentlemen. Where is he? I'll settle with him. Let that thing go long 'nough. Too long. Bring him out. I'll settle him now." He dropped heavily into the chair Cummings shoved up behind him, stared around, drooped a bit, pulled himself together, and looked at us. Then his head went forward on his neck, a long breath sounded. "And you'll keep Worth Gilbert in jail, run the risk of a suit for false imprisonment, on that?" I wanted to know. "And plenty more." The lawyer held steady, but I saw his uneasiness with every snore Bowman drew. Barber crossed to speak low and earnestly to Dykeman. I heard most of his answer, shaken but disposed to hang on. "Girl like you is too much influenced by the man in the case. Hero worship, all that sort of thing. An outlaw is an outlaw. This isn't a personal matter. Mr. Cummings and I are merely doing our duty as good citizens." At that, I think it possible that Dykeman would have listened to reason. It was Cummings who broke in uncontrollably. "Barbara Wallace, I was your father's friend. I'm yours, if you'll let me be. I can't stand by while you entangle yourself with a criminal like Worth Gilbert. For your sake, if for no other reason, I would be determined to show him up as what he is, a thief, and his father's murderer." Silence in the room, except the irregular snoring of Bowman, a rustle and a deeply taken breath now and again where Mrs. Bowman sat, her head bent, quietly weeping. On this, Barbara, who spoke out clearly, "Those were the last words you will ever say to me, Mr. Cummings, unless you should some time be man enough to take back your aspersions and apologize for them." He gave ground instantly. I had not thought that dry voice of his could contain what now came into it. "Barbara, I didn't mean— you don't understand." But without turning her head, she spoke to me. "Mr. Boyne, will you take Laura and me home?" Gathering up Mrs. Bowman's hat and veil, shaking the latter out, getting her charge ready as a mother might a child. "She's not going back to him, ever again." Her glance passed over the sleeping lump of a man in his chair. "Sarah'll make a place for her at our house tonight." "See here," Cummings got between us and the door. "I can't let you go like this. I feel—" "Mr. Dykeman," Barbara turned quietly to her employer, "could we pass out through your room?" "Certainly." The little man was brisk to make a way for us. "I want you to know, Miss Wallace, that I too feel— I don't know what it was that Dykeman felt, but Cummings felt my rude elbow in his chest as I pushed him unceremoniously aside and opened the door he had blocked, remarking, "We go out as we came in. This way, Barbara." It was as I parted with the two of them at the Cape Heart gate that I drew out and handed Mrs. Bowman a small piece of dull blue silk, a round hole in it, such as a bullet or a cigarette might have made, with, "I guess you'll just have to forgive me that." "I don't need to forgive it." Her gaze swam. "I saw your mistake, but it was for Worth you were fighting even then. He's been so dear to me always. I'd have to love anyone for anything they did for his sake." Chapter 27. The Blossom Festival. 2 hours sleep, bath, breakfast, and I started on my early morning run for the county seat. Nobody else was going my way, but even at that hour the road was full of autos, buggies, farm wagons, pretty much everything that could run on wheels, headed for the festival, all trimmed and streaming with the blossoming branches of their orchards. These were the country folks, coming in early to make a big day of it. Orchardists, ranchers from the cattle lands in the south end of the county, truck and vegetable farmers, flower seed gardeners, the Japs and Chinese from their little, closely cultivated patches. This tide streamed past me on my left hand as I made my way to Worth and the jailer's office, trying with every mile I put behind me to bolster my courage. Why wasn't this shift of the enemy a blessing in disguise? Let their setting of the hour for the murder stick, and wouldn't Worth's alibi be better than any we should have been able to dig up for him before midnight? From time to time I was troubled by recollection of Barbara's crushed look from the moment they sprung it on us, but brushed that aside with the obvious explanation that her efforts in bringing Mrs. Bowman to speak out had just been of no use, surely enough to depress her. Worth met me, fit, quiet, not over-eager about anything. They let us talk with a guard outside the door. Once alone, he listened appreciatively while I told him of our interview with Cummings and Dykeman as fast as I could pile the words out. "Nobody on earth like Bob's," was his sole comment. "Never was, never will be." "And now," I reminded him nervously, "there's the question of this alibi. You went straight from the restaurant to your room at the Palace and to bed there?" "No," he said slowly. "No, I didn't." Well, I broke in. "If you stopped on the way, you can remember where. The people you spoke to will be as good as the clerks and bellhops at the Palace for your alibi." He sat silent, thoughtful, and I added, "Where did you go from Tate's, Worth?" "To a garage in the Tenderloin, where they keep good cars. I'd hired machines from them before." "Oh, they knew you there? Then their testimony will—" "I don't believe you want it, Jerry. It only accounts for the half hour or less right after I left you. All I did was to hire a car." "A car," I echoed vaguely. "What kind of a car? Hired it for when?" "I asked them for the fastest thing they had in the shop. Told them to fill it all round and see that it was tuned up to the last notch. I wanted speed." "My God, Worth, do you know what you're telling me?" "The truth, Jerry." His eye met mine unflinchingly. "That's what you want, isn't it?" "Where did you go?" I groaned. "You must have seen somebody who could identify or remember you." "Not a solitary human being to identify me. Those I passed, there were people out, of course, late as it was, saw my headlights as I went by. But I was moving fast, Jerry. I was working off a grouch. I needed speed." "Where did you go?" "Straight down the peninsula on the main highway to Palo Alto, made the sweep across to the sea, and then up the coast road. I ran into the garage about dawn." "No stops anywhere?" He shook his head. "And that's your alibi?" "That's my alibi." Worth looked at me a long while before he said finally, "Don't you see, Jerry, that the other side had all this before they encouraged Bowman to change his mind about when Father was shot?" I did see it. Ought to have known from the first. This is what they had back of them last night in Cummings' room. This explained the lawyer's smug self-confidence, Dykeman's violent certainty that Worth was a criminal. A realization of this had whitened Barbara's face, set her lips in that pitiful, straight line. As to their momentary chagrin over Bowman, no trouble to them to get other physicians to bolster any opinion he'd given. Medical testimony on such a point is notoriously uncertain. All the jury would want to know was that there could be such a possibility. I sat there with bent head and felt myself going to pieces. Cummings was right. I was no fit man to handle this job. My personal feelings were too deeply involved. It was Worth's voice that recalled me. "Cheer up, Jerry, old man. Take it to Bob's." Take it to Bob's. The idea of a big, husky old police detective running to cast his burden on such shoulders. I couldn't quite do it then. I went and telephoned the little girl that I was doing the best I could, and then ran circles for the rest of the day, chasing one vain hope after another, and finally, in the late afternoon, sneaked home to Santa Isabel. Now I had the road more to myself. Only an occasional hansom car, where the wealthy were getting into the part of the festival they'd cared for. In the orchards near town, where the big picnic places had been laid out with rough board tables and benches, seats for thousands, there were occasional loud basket lunch parties scattered. All at once I was hungry enough to have gone and asked for a handout. I went by back streets down to the house to get my mail. There seemed no human reason that I should feel it a treachery to have Worth in jail in San Jose, and be able to walk into his house at Santa Isabel a free man. The place was empty. Chung had the day off, of course. It was possible Worth's cook, even, didn't know what had happened to his employer. Santa Isabel had no morning paper. In the confusion of the Blossom Festival, I venture to guess that not more than a score of people did as yet know of the arrest. Our end of town was drained, quiet. Nobody over at the Vandeman bungalow. Looking down at the square as I made my sneak through, I had caught a glimpse of Bronson Vandeman, a great rosette of apricot blossoms on his coat lapel, making his speech of presentation to the Cannery Girl Queen, while his wife, Ina, her fair face shaded doubly by a big flower hat and a blossom-covered parasol, listened and looked on. One of my pieces of mail concerned the Skeels chase. If my men down there had Skeels, and Skeels was Clayt, it would mean everything in handling Cummings and Dykeman. I took out the report and ran hastily through it. A formal statement, day-by-day stuff. Found Skeels and Dial at Tijuana, negotiating to buy saloon and gambling house. Arranged with Heffico for arrest of S. Expense $20. Rurales took S to jail. Expense $4.50. I interviewed S, and he said he came here to open a business where he could sell booze. D was his partner in proposition. S knew nothing of bank affair. Would waive extradition and come back to stand trial at our expense. Interviewed D. He says combined capital of two is $4,500, saved from S's business and D's miner's wages. D said, not much to show up with, but there were 3 photographs enclosed that I wanted to try on Cummings and Dykeman. No telling where I'd find either, but the Fremont house was my best bet. Getting back there through the crowd, I saw Skeet Thornhill in a corner drugstore waiting at its counter. I was afoot, having been obliged to park my roadster in one of the spaces set apart for this purpose. I noticed Vandeman's car already there. I lingered a minute on that corner looking down the slope that led to City Hall Square. Tent restaurants along the way, sandwiches, hot dogs, coffee, milk, pies, donuts. Part way down, a hurdy-gurdy in a tent began to get patronage again. The school children in white dresses with pink bows in their hair had just finished a stunt in the square. They and their elders were streaming our way, headed for the snake charmers, performing dogs and nigger in the tank. In the midst of them, Vandeman and his wife came afoot. He caught sight of me, hailed, and when I joined them, asked quickly, glancing toward the drugstore entrance, "Worth come with you?" I shook my head. He made that little clucking sound with his tongue that people do when they want to offer sympathy, and find the matter hard to put into words. A seller of toy balloons on the corner, with a lot of noisy youngsters around him, the calash-calam of a mechanical piano further down the block, and young Mrs. Vandeman's staccato tone saying, "I tell Bron that the only thing worse friends can do is to go on exactly as if nothing had happened. Don't you think so, Mr. Boyne?" I agreed mutely. "Well, I wish you'd say so to Barbara Wallace." Her voice sharpened. "She's certainly acting as though she believed the worst." "Now, Ina," Vandeman remonstrated, and I asked uncomfortably, "What's Barbara done? Where is she?" "Up at Mrs. Capehart's, in her room. Doesn't come out at all. Isn't going to the ball tonight. Skeet said she refused to speak to Mr. Cummings." "Is that all Skeet said? Vandeman, you've told your wife that Cummings swore to the complaint?" "Yes, but, there's no animus. The executor of Gilbert's estate, with all the talk going around, if Worth's proved innocent, he might in the end be glad of Cummings' action." "Oh, might he?" Skeet Thornhill had hurried out from the drugstore, a package of medicine in her hand. Her eyes looked as though she'd been crying. They flashed a hostile glance over the new brother-in-law, excellently groomed, the big flower favor on his coat, the tall, beautiful sister, all frilly white and flower festival fashion. "If Worth's proved innocent," she flung at them. "Bronce Vanneman, you've got a word too many in when you say that." "Just a tongue slip, Skeeter," Vanneman apologized. "I hope the boy'll come through all right, same as you do." "You don't do anything about it the same as I do," Skeet came back. "I'd be ashamed to hope for a friend to be cleared of a charge like that. If I couldn't know he was clear all the time, I'd try to forget about it." "See here, Skeet." Ina obviously restrained herself. "That's what we're all trying to do for Worth. Forget about it. Make nothing of it. Act exactly as if it had never happened. You ought to come on out to the ball with the other girls. You're just staying away because Barbara Wallace is." "I'm not. Some damn fool went and told Mother about Worth being arrested, and made her a lot worse. She's almost crazy. I'd be afraid to leave her alone with old Jane. You get me and this medicine up home, or shall I go around to Capehart's and have Barbie drive me?" "I'll take you, Skeeter," Vanneman said. "We're through here. We're for home and to dress, then to the country club, and not leave it again till morning. That ball out there has got to be made the biggest thing Santa Isabel ever saw, regardless. Come on." The crowd swallowed them up. Making for the Fremont House, I passed Dr. Bowman's stairway, and on impulse turned, ran up. I found the doctor packing, very snappish, very sorry for himself. He was leaving next day for a position in the state hospital for the insane at Sefton. His kind have to blow off to somebody. I was it, though he must have known I had no sympathy to offer. The hangover of last night's drunk made emotional the tone in which he said, "After all, a man's wife makes or breaks him. Mine's broken me. I could have had a fine position at the Mountain View Sanitarium, well paid, among cultured people, if she'd held up her damn divorce suit a little longer. And as it is, you have to put up with what Cummings can land you with such a pull as he has." "I'm not complaining of Cummings," sullenly. "He did the best he could for me, I suppose, on such short notice. But a man of my class is practically wasted in a place of this sort." I had learned what I wanted. I carried more ammunition to the interview before me. I found Dykman in his room, propped up in bed, wheezing with an attack of asthma. A sick man is either more merciful than usual or more unmerciful. Apparently, it took Dykman the former way. He accepted me eagerly and had me call Cummings from the adjoining room. The lawyer was half into that costume he had brought from San Francisco. He came quite modern as to the legs and feet, but thoroughly ancient in a shirt of mail around the arms and chest, carrying a Roman helmet in his hand as though it had been an opera hat. "Trying 'em on?" Dykman whispered at him. Cummings nodded with that self-conscious, half-tickled, half-sheepish air that men display when it comes to costume. His greeting to me was cool, but not surly. What had happened might go as all in the day's work between detective and lawyer. "Just seen Bowman," was my first pass at them. "I gather he's not very well pleased with the position you got him. Seems to think it's small pay for a dirty job." "What's this? What's this?" croaked Dykman. "You been getting a place for Bowman, Cummings?" "Certainly." The lawyer dodged with a swift, practical neatness. "I promised him my influence in the matter some little time ago." "Yes," I said, "mighty little time ago, the day he promised the testimony you wanted in the Gilbert case." "Anything in what Boyne says, Cummings?" Dykman asked anxiously. "You know I wouldn't stand for that sort of stuff." The lawyer shook his head, but I didn't believe it was ended between them. Dykman was the devil to hang on to a point. This would come up again after I was gone. Meantime, I made haste to shove the photographs before them. Cummings passed them back with an indifferent, "What's the idea?" "You don't recognize him?" "Never saw the man in my life." And again he asked, "What's the idea?" "You'd recognize a picture of Clayt?" I countered with a question of my own. "Yes, I think so," rather dubiously. "But Dykman would. Show them to him." Dykman reached for the photographs, spread them out before him, then looked up from them peevishly to say, "For the good Lord's sake, don't look any more like Clayt than it does like a horned toad. Is that what you've been wasting your time over, Boyne? If you ask me, I don't ask you anything," retrieving the pictures, planting them deep in an inner pocket. Then I got myself out of the room. Standing on the sidewalk in front of the Fremont House, I felt sort of bewildered. This last crack had taken all the pep I had left. I suddenly realized it was long after dinner time, and I'd had no dinner, no lunch, nothing to eat since an early breakfast. Worth had sent me to the girl, and I hadn't gone. I dragged myself around to Capehart's cottage, as nearly whipped as I ever was in my life. I found Barbara with Laura Bowman, everyone else off the place, out at the shows. Those girls sure were good to me. They fed me and didn't ask questions till I was ready to talk. Nothing to be said, really, except that I'd failed. I told them of meeting with the Vandemans, and gave them Ina Vandeman's opinion as to how Worth's friends should conduct themselves just now. "So they'll all be out there," I concluded, "Vandeman and his wife leading the grand march, her sisters as maids of honor, except Skeet, staying at home with her mother. Cummings goes as a Roman soldier, Dr. Bowman as a Spanish cavalier. Edwards didn't see it as the Vandemans do, but after I talked to him a while, he agreed to be there." And suddenly I noticed for the first time how the relative position of these two women had shifted. Laura Bowman wasn't red-headed for nothing. Out from under the blight of Bowman and that hateful marriage, she had already thrown off some of her physical frailness. The nervous tension showed itself now in energy. She was moving swiftly about, putting to rights after my meal while she listened, but Barbara sat looking straight ahead of her. I knew she was seeing streets full of carnival, every friend and acquaintance out at a ball, and Worth in a murderer's cell. It wouldn't do. I jumped to my feet with a brisk, "Girl, where's your hat? We'll go to the study and look over all our points once more. Get busy, get busy. That's the medicine for you." She gave me a miserable look and a negative shake of the head, but I still urged, "Worth sent me to you. The last thing he said was, 'Take it to Bob's.'" Dumbly she submitted. Mrs. Bowman came running with the girl's hat, and, "What about me, Mr. Boyne? Isn't there something I can do?" "I wish you'd go to the country club, to the ball, the same as all the others. Got a costume here, haven't you?" "Yes, I can wear Barbara's." She glanced to where a pile of soft black stuff, a red scarf, a scarlet poppy wreath lay on a chair. "She was to have gone as the Lady of Dreams." Barbara went with me out into the flare of carnival illumination that paled the afterglow of a gorgeous sunset. No cars allowed in these downtown streets. Even walking, we found it best to take the long way round. To our left, the town roared and racketed as though it was afire. Nothing said between us till I grumbled out, "I wish I knew where Cummings was keeping Eddie Hughes." Barbara's voice beside me answered unexpectedly, "Here, in Santa Isabel. Eddie was at Capehart's 15 minutes before you got there. He came for Bill. A gasoline engine at the city hall had broken down." I pulled up short for a moment and looked back at the town. "Where'd he go?" "With Bill, to the city hall. Eddie's one of the Queen's Guards. They're all to be at the country club at 10 o'clock to review the grand march that opens the ball." I mustn't let her dwell on that. I hurried on once more, and neither of us spoke again till I unlocked the study door, snapped on the lights, brought out and put on the table the 1920 diary and the little blue blotter, the last bits of evidence that I felt hadn't been thoroughly analyzed. Barbara just dropped into a chair and looked from them to me helplessly. "You've read this all carefully?" she sighed. It shook me. To have Barbara, the girl I'd seen get meanings and facts from a written page with a mere flirt of a glance, ask me that. What I really wanted from her was an inspection of the book and blotter, and a deduction from it. As though she guessed, she answered with a sort of wail, I can't even remember what I did see when I looked at these before. I can't remember." I went and knelt on the hearth with a pretext of laying a fire there, since the shut-up room was chill. And when I glanced stealthily over my shoulder, she had gone to work. Not as I had ever seen her before, but fumbling at the leaves, hesitating, turning to finger the blotter, setting her lips desperately, like an overdriven schoolchild, but keeping right on. I spun out my fire-building to leave her to herself. Little noises of her moving there at the table, rustle and flutter of the leaves, now and again a long sobbing breath. At last something like a groan caused me to turn my head and see her, with face pale as death, eyes staring across into mine. "It was Clayt, Edward Clayt, who killed Mr. Gilbert here, in this room." The hair on the back of my neck stirred. I thought the girl had gone mad. As I ran over to the table and looked at what was under her hand, it came again. He did. It was Clayt, the Wonder Man." Do you deduce that, Barbara?" "Did I?" She raised to mine the face of a sick child. "I must have. See, it's here on the blotter. YTE, that's Clayt. Double LER, that's Teller. Avenue is part of Van Ness Avenue Bank. Oh, yes, I deduced it, I suppose. Both crimes end in a locked room and a perfect alibi. But, don't you see, if it is true, and it is, we're worse off than we were before. We've the Wonder Man against us." "Barbara," I cried. "Barbara, come out of it." "See? You don't believe in me any more." And her head went down on the table. I let her cry while I sat and thought. The broken sentences she'd sobbed out to me began to fit like a puzzle game. By all theories of good detective work, I should have seen from the first the similarity of these crimes. But Clayt, slipping in here to do this murder, and why? What mixed him up with affairs here? And then the icy pang. Dykeman had seen a connection. Cummings had found one. With them, it was Clayt and his gang was worth Gilbert. I went and touched Barbara on the shoulder. "I'm going to take you home now." "Yes," tears running down her face as she stumbled to her feet. "I'm a failure. I can't do anything for Worth." I wiped her cheeks with my own handkerchief and let her out. As I turned from locking the door, it seemed to me I saw something move in the shrubbery. I asked Barbara Wallace about it. She hadn't noticed anything. Barbara Wallace hadn't noticed anything. I began to be scared for her. Solemn in the sky above boomed out the town clock, 2 strokes. 9:30. I must get this poor child home. We were getting in toward the noise and the light when I felt her shiver and stopped to say, "Did I forget your coat? Why, where's your hat?" "The hat's back there. I had no coat. It doesn't make any difference. Come on. I can't. I must get home." I looked at her, saw she was about at the end of her strength, and decided quickly. "We'll go straight through the square. Save time and steps." She offered no objection, and we started in where the bands played for the street dances, amid the raucous tooting of 1,000 fish horns, the clangor of cowbells, and the occasional snap of the forbidden firecracker. As we turned from Broad Street into Main, I found that the congestion was greater even than I had supposed. Here, several blocks away from the City Hall, progress was so difficult that I took Barbara back a block to get the street that paralleled Main. This we could navigate slowly. Here also everybody was masked. Confetti flew, serpentines unreeled themselves out through the air, dusters spluttered in faces, and among the Pierrettes, Perrots, Columbines, sombreroed cowboys, bandanaed cowgirls, Indians, Sambos, Topsies, and Poppy maidens, Barbara's little white linen slip and soft white sweater and my gray business suit were more conspicuous than would have been the Ahkoond of Swat and his captive slave. Even after the confetti had sprinkled her black hair until it reminded me of Skeet's blossom wreath, infinitely multiplied, I still saw the glances through the eye-holes of masks follow us wonderingly. Opposite the City Hall, where we must cross to get to the Capehart Street, we were again almost stopped by the dense crowd. The square was a green-turfed dancing floor. From its stand, an orchestra jazzed out the latest and dizziest of dances, and countless couples one-stepped on the grass, on the asphalt of the streets, even over the lawns of adjacent houses, tree trunks and flower beds adding more things to be dodged. At one corner, where the crowd was thick, we saw a big man being wound to a pole by paper serpentines. Yelling and capering, the masked dancers milled around and around him, winding the gay ribbons, while others with confetti and the Spanish cascarones tried to snow him under. As we came up, a big fist wagged and Bill Capehart's voice roared, Hold on! Too much is a-plenty!" He tore himself loose, streaming with paper strips, bent and filled his fist with the confetti at his feet. His tormentors howled and dropped back as much as they could for the hemming crowd. He rushed them, heaving paper ammunition in a hailstorm, and reached us in 2 or 3 jumps. "Golly!" he roared. "Me for a cyclone cellar! This is a riot! You ain't in costume either. Wonder they wouldn't pick on you." With the words they did. I put Barbara behind me and was conscious only of a blinding snow of paper flakes, the punch and slap of dusters in an uproar of horns and bells. "Good deal like fighting a swarm of bees in your shirt tail with a willow switch," old Bill panted at my shoulder. "Gosh," as the snapping of firecrackers let loose beneath our feet, "some of these mosquito net skirts will get afire next, then there'll be hell a-popping." Close at hand there was a louder report, as of a giant cracker, and at that Barbara sagged against me. I whirled and put an arm about her. Bill grabbed her from me and lifted her above the pressure of the crowd. I charged ahead, shouting, "Gangway! Let us through!" Willing enough, the mob could not make room for passage until my shoulder, lowered to strike at the breast, forced a way that closed in the instant Bill gained through. It was football tactics, with me bucking the line, Bill carrying the ball. Fortunately, the bunch was a good-natured festival gathering, or my rough work might have brought us trouble. As it was, a short, stiff struggle took us to the outer fringe of the mob. "How is she? What happened?" I grunted, coming to a stop. "Search me." Bill twisted around to look at the white face that lay back on his shoulder with closed lids. 3 strokes chimed from the City Hall tower. Barbara's eyes flashed open. As the last stroke trembled in the air, Barbara's voice came, sharp with breathless urgence. "A 10:15. Quick, get me to the country club." "Take you there? Now, do you mean?" I ejaculated. And holding her like a baby, Bill's eyes flared into mine. "Did something happen to you back there, girl, or did you just faint?" "Never mind about me. There." That glance of hers that saw everything indicated a parking place packed with machines half a block away up a side street. "Carry me there. Take one of those cars. Get me to the country club. Don't," as I opened my mouth, "don't ask questions." I turned and ran. Bill galloped behind. Barbara had lifted her head to cry after me, "The best one! Pick the fastest!" I plunged down the line of cars, looking for a good machine and one with whose drive I was familiar. The guard rushed up to stop me. I showed him my badge, leaped into the front seat of a speed-built tarpon, and had it out by the time Bill came up with the girl in his arms. I turned and swung open the tonneau door. Almost with one movement he lifted her in and climbed after. I started off with braying horn, and at that I had to use caution. Making my way toward the corner of the street that led to Bill's house, I felt a small hand clutch the slack of my coat between the shoulders, and Barbara's voice, faint, but with a fury of determination in it, demanded, "Where are you going? I said the country club." "All right, I'll go. I'll look after whatever you want out there when I've got you home." Oh, she moaned. "Won't you, this one time, take orders?" I went on past the corner. She had a right to put it just that way. I gave the tarpon all I dared in town streets. "What time is it?" I heard her whispering to Bill. 8 minutes to 10. I have to be there by 10, or it's no use. Can we make it? Do you think we can make it?" "Yes," I growled, crouching behind the wheel. "I'll make it. May have to kill a few, but I'll get you there." By this we'd come out on the open highway. Better, but not too clear either. There followed 7 minutes of ripping through the night of people who ran yelling to get out of our way and hurled curses behind us. Only a few cars meeting us like the whirling of comets in terrifying glimpses as we shot past. And at last the country club. Strings of gay lanterns, winking ruby taillights of machines parked in front of it, the glare from its windows, and the strains of the orchestra in its ballroom playing On the Beach at Waikiki. When she heard it, Barbara thanked God with, "We're in time." I took that machine up to the front steps over space never intended for automobiles, at a pace not proper for lawns or even roads, and only halted when I was half across the walk. Bill rolled from the tonneau door and stood by it. I jumped down and came around. "Lift me out and put me on my feet," Barbara ordered. "Help me, one on each side. I can walk. I must." We crossed a deserted porch. The evening's opening event, the Grand March, had drawn everyone, servants and all, inside. So far, without challenge, meeting no one. We had the place to ourselves till we stood, the three of us alone, before the upper entrance of the assembly room. In there, the last strains of Waikiki died away. I looked to Barbara. She was in command. Her words back there in town had settled that for me. "What do we do now?" I asked. White as the linen she wore, the girl's face shone with some inner fire of passionate resolution. I saw this, too, in the determined, almost desperate energy with which she held herself erect, one clenched hand pressed hard against her side. "Take me in there, Mr. Boyne. And you," to Capehart, "find a man you can trust to guard each door of the ballroom." "What you say goes." Big Bill wheeled like a well-trained cart-horse and had taken a step or two when she called after him, "Arrest anyone who attempts to enter." "Arrest 'em if they try to get in," Capehart repeated stoically. "Sure, that goes." "But," I interrupted, "you mean if they try to get out." At that she gave me a look. No time or breath to waste. Bill, unquestioningly, had hurried to his part of the work. I took up mine with, "Forgive me, Barbara. I'll not make that mistake again." Slipped my arm under hers to support her, dragged open the big doors, shoved past the hallman there, and we stepped into the many-colored, moving brilliance of the ballroom. Chapter 28. The Country Club Ball. The ballroom of the country club at Santa Isabel is big and finely proportioned. I don't know if anything of the sort could have registered with me at the moment, but I remembered afterward my impression of the great hall fairly walled and roofed with fruit blossoms, and the gorgeousness of hundreds of costumes. The mere presence of potential funds raises the importance of an event. The prune kings and apricot barons down there, with their wives and daughters in real brocades, satins, and velvets, with genuine jewels flashing over them, represented so much in the way of substantial wealth that it seemed to steady the whole fantastic scene. Barbara and I entered on the level of the slightly raised orchestra stand and only half a dozen paces from it. Nobody noticed us much. We came in right on the turn of things, floor managers darting around, orchestra with bows poised and horns at lips, the whole glittering company of maskers being made ready to weave their figure of eight across the dancing floor. My poor girl dragged on my arm. Her small feet scuffed. I lifted her along, wishing I might pick her up and carry her as Bill had done. I made for an unoccupied musician's bench, but once there she only leaned against it, not letting go her hold on me, and stood to take in every detail of the confused, moving scene. The double doors had swung closed behind us, the hallman there who held the knob now reinforced by a uniformed policeman. The servants' way at the further end was shut. Men in plain clothes set their backs against it. And last, Big Bill himself in overalls, a touch of blunt blue realism, came fogging along the sidewall to swing into place the great wooden bar that secured the entire group of glass doors which gave on the porch. Barbara would have seen all these arrangements while I was getting ready for my first glance, but I prompted her nervously with a low-toned, "All set, girl." And then, as she still didn't speak, "Bill's got every door guarded." She nodded. The length of the room away, in the end gallery, was the Cannery Girl Queen and her guard. Even at that distance, I recognized Eddie Hughes, in his pink-and-white beef-eater togs, a gilded wooden spear in his hand, a flower tassel bobbing beside that long, drab, knobby countenance of his. There he was, the man I jailed for Thomas Gilbert's murder. Below on the dancing floor were the two, Cummings and Bowman, who had put Worth behind the bars for the same crime. At my side was the pale, silent girl who declared that Clayt was the murderer. Whispered tuning and trying of instruments up here, flutter and rush about down on the dancing floor, and Barbara, that clenched left hand of hers still pressing in hard against her side, facing what problem? Crash, boom. We were so close the music fairly deafened us, as with a multiplied undernote of moving feet the march began. On came those people toward us, wave behind wave of color and magnificence, dotted with little black ovals of masks pierced by gleaming eye-holes. I could sense Barbara reading the room as it bore down on her, and reading it clearly, getting whatever it was she had come there for. Myself, I was overwhelmed, drowned in the size and sweep of everything, struggling along, whispering to her when I spotted Jim Edwards in his friar's robe, noticed that the Roman soldier who must be Cummings, and Bowman the Spaniard, squired the Thornhill twins in their geisha girl dresses. The crimson poppies of a lady of dreams looked odd against Laura Bowman's coppery hair. At the head of the procession, as they swung around, leading it with splendid dignity, came a pair who might have been Emperor and Empress of China, the Vandemans. To go on with affairs as if nothing had happened, though Worth Gilbert was in jail, had been the laid-down policy of both Vandeman and his wife. I thought it reasonable then, foolish to get hot at it now. The great, shining, rhythmically moving line deployed, interwove, and opened out again until at last the floor was almost evenly occupied with the many-colored mass. I looked at Barbara. The awful intensity with which she read her room hurt me. It had nothing to do with that flirt of a glance she always gave a printed page, that mere toss of attention she was apt to offer a problem. The child was in anguish, whether merely the ache of sorrow or actual bodily pain. I saw how rigidly that small fist still pressed against the knitted wool of her sweater, how her lip was drawn in and bitten. Her physical weakness contrasted strangely with the clean-cut decision, the absolute certainty of her mental power. She raised her face and looked straight up into mine. "Have the music stopped?" I leaned over and down toward the orchestra leader to catch his eye, holding toward him the badge. His glance caught it, and I told him what we wanted. He nodded. For an instant the music flooded on, then, at a sharp rap of the baton, broke off in mid-motion, as though some great singing thing had caught his breath. And all the swaying life and color on the floor stopped as suddenly. Barbara had picked the moment that brought Ina Vandeman and her husband squarely facing us. After the first instant's bewilderment, Vandeman and his floor managers couldn't fail to realize that they were being held up by an outsider. With Barbara in full sight up here by the orchestra, they must know who was doing it. I wondered not to have Vandeman in my hair already, but he and his consort stood in dignified silence. It was his committee who came after me, a Mephistopheles, a troubadour, an Indian brave, a Hercules with his club, swarming up the step, wanting to know if I was the man responsible, why the devil I had done it, who the devil I thought I was anyhow. Others were close behind. "Edwards," I called to the brown friar, "can you keep these fellows off me for a minute?" Still not a word from Barbara. Nothing from Vandeman. Less than nothing. I watched in astonishment how the gorgeous leader stopped dumb, while those next to him backed into the couple behind, sidestepping, so that the whole line yawned, swayed, and began to fall into disorder. "Cummings," as I glimpsed the lawyer's chain mail and purple feather, "keep them all in place if you can. All." In the instant, from behind my shoulder, Barbara spoke. "Have that man take off his mask." A little shaking white hand pointed at the leader. "Mr. Vandeman," I said, "that's an order. It'll have to be done." The words froze everything. Hardly a sound or movement in the great crowded room, except the little rustle as someone tried to see better. And there, all eyes on him, Bronson Vandeman stood with his arms at his sides, mute as a fish. Ina fumbled nervously at the cord of her own mask, calling to me in a fierce undertone, "What do you mean, Mr. Boyne, bringing that girl here to spoil things? This is spite work." "Off. Take his mask off. Do it yourself." Barbara's voice was clear and steady. I made 3 big jumps of the space between us and the leading couple. Vandeman's committeemen obstructed me, the excited yip going amongst them. "Vandeman, Bronce, Vanny, who let this fool in here? Do we throw him out?" Then they took the words from Edwards. The tune changed to grumblings of, "What's the matter with Van? Why doesn't he settle it one way or another and be done?" Why didn't he? I had but a breath of time to wonder at that as I shoved a way through. darn him, like a graven image there, the only mute, immovable thing in that turmoil. I began to feel sore. "You heard what she said." I took no trouble now to be civil. "She wants your mask off." No flicker of response from the man, but the Empress of China dragged down her mask, crying, "Heard what she said? What she wants?" Over the shoulders of the crowd she gave Barbara Wallace a venomous look, then came at me. A little too late. My hand had shot out and snatched the mask from the face of China's monarch. A moment I glared, the bit of black stuff in my grasp, at the alien countenance I had uncovered. Crowding and craning of the others to see, jabbering, exclaiming all around us, "Corking makeup! Looks like a sure-enough Chinaman!" "No makeup at all! The real thing!" "What's a big idea?" "Why did he unmask then?" "Didn't want to. They made him." And last but loudest, repeated time and again, with wonder, with distaste, with rising anger, "The Vandeman's Chinese cook!" For with the ripping away of that black oval, I had looked into the slant, inscrutable eyes of Fong Ling. Hemmed in by the crowd, he could but face me. He did so with a kind of unhuman passivity. And the committee went wild. Their own masks came off on the run. I saw Cummings' face, Bowman's. Eddie Hughes slid from the balcony stair and bucked the crowd, pushing through to the seat of war. The grand march had become a jostling, gabbling chaos. Barbara, up there above it all, knew what she was about. I had utter confidence in her. But she was plainly holding back for a further development, her eyes on the entrances. And what the devil was my next move? Ina Vanneman wheeled where she stood and faced the room, both hands thrown up, laughing. "It was meant to be a joke, a great, big, foolish joke," her high treble rang out. "Braun's here somewhere. Wait, he'll tell you better than I could. At a masquerade, people they do foolish things. They—" "Is Bronce Vandeman here?" I questioned Fong Ling. The Chinaman's stiff lips moved for the first time in his formal, precise English. "Yes, sir. Mr. Vandeman will explain." He crossed his hands and resigned the matter to his employer. And I demanded of Ina Vandeman, "You tell us your husband's present, in this room, now?" And when her answer was drowned in the noise, I roared, "Vandeman! Bronson Vandeman! You're wanted here!" No answer. Edwards took up the call after me. The committee yelled the name in all keys and variations. In the middle of our squawking, a minor disturbance broke out across by the porch entrance, where big Bill Capehart stood. As I looked, he turned over his post to Eddie Hughes, who came abreast of him at the moment, and started, scuffling and struggling toward us, with a captive. "I had my orders," his big voice boomed out. "Pinch anyone that tried to get in. You don't pass me, not if you was own cousin to God Almighty." On they came through the crowd, all mixed up, blue overalls and a flapping costume whose rich, many-colored silk embroideries flashed like jewels. A space widened about us for them. The big garage man spun his catch to the center of it, so that he faced the room, his back to the orchestra. "Wanted in, did you? Now you're in. What about it?" What about it, indeed? In Bill's prisoner, as he stood there twitching ineffectually against that obstinate hold, breathing loud, shakily settling his clothes, we had, robe for robe, cap for cap, a duplicate Emperor of China. And the next moment this figure took off its mask and showed the face of Bronson Vandeman. Dead silence all about us. Capehart loosened his grip, abashed but still truculent. "Dang it all, Vandeman, if you didn't want to get mussed up, what made you fight like that?" "Fight?" Vandeman found his voice. "Who wouldn't? I was late, and you—" "Braun!" After one desperate glance toward the girl up on the platform, Ina ran to him and put a hand on his arm. "They stopped the march. They spoiled our joke. But have them start the music again. You're here now. Let's go on with the march. Explain afterward." "Good business." Vandeman filled his chest, glanced across at Fong Ling, and gave his social circle a rather poor version of the usual white-toothed smile. "Jokes can wait, especially busted ones. On with the dance! Let joy be unrefined!" Sidelong, I saw the orchestra leader's baton go up, but no music followed. It was at Barbara the baton had pointed, at Barbara that all the crowded company stared. Her little white dress clung to her slender figure. I saw that now she was in the strange Buddha pose. A few flecks of silver paper, still in her black hair, made it sparkle. But it was Barbara's eyes that held us all spellbound. In her colorless face, those wonderful openings of black light seemed to look through and beyond us. For an instant there was no stir. Hundreds of faces set toward her, held by the wonder of her. Fong Ling's yellow visage moved for the first time from its immobility with a sort of awe, a dread. And when my gaze came back to her, I noticed that, with the dropping of her hands to join the fingertips, she had left where that little pressing fist had been a blur of red on the white sweater. Over me it rushed with the force of calamity. She had been wounded when she sank down back there in the crowd. It was a shot, not a giant cracker we had heard. "Vandeman," I whirled on him, "you shot this girl. You tried to kill her." Sensation enough among the others, but I doubt if he even heard me. His gaze had found Barbara. All the bounce, all the jauntiness was out of the man, as he stared with the same haunted fear his eyes had held when she concentrated last night at his own dinner table. She was concentrating now. Could she stand the strain of it, with its weakening of the heart action, its pumping all the blood to the brain? I shouldered my way to her and knelt beside her, begging, "Don't, Barbara. Give it up, girl. You can't stand this." Her hands unclasped. Her eyes grew normal. She relaxed, sighingly. I leaned closer while she whispered to me the last addition in that problem of 2 and 2, the full solution. Armed, I faced Vandeman once more. Something seemed to be giving way in the man. His lips were almost as pale as his face, and that had been, from the moment he uncovered it, like tallow. He looked withered, smaller. His hair, where it had been pressed down by mask and cap, crossed his forehead, flat, smooth, dull brown. I saw, half consciously, that Fong Ling was gone. An accomplice? No matter. The criminal himself was here, Barbara's Wonder Man. It was to him I spoke. "Edward Clayt." At the name, Cummings clanked around front to stare. "I hold a warrant for your arrest for the theft of $987,000 from the Van Ness Avenue Savings Bank of San Francisco." He made a sick effort to square his shoulders, fumbled with his hair to toss it back from its straight-down sleekness as Clayt to the pompadoured crest of Vandeman. How often I had seen that gesture, not understanding its significance. Cummings, at my side, drew in a breath with, "Why, damn it, he is Clayt." "All right." I let the words go from the corner of my mouth at the lawyer, in the same hushed tones he'd used. "See how you like this next one," and finished, loud enough so all might hear, "And I charge you, Edward Clayt, Bronson Vandeman, with the murder of Thomas Gilbert." Chapter 29. Unmasked. Disgrace was in the air. The country club had seen its vice president in handcuffs. There was a great gathering up of petticoats and raising of moral umbrellas to keep clear of the dirty splashings. It made me think of a certain social occasion in Israel some thousands of years ago, when Absalom, at his own party, put a wrong one over on his brother Amnon, and all the rest of King David's sons looked at each other with jaws sagging, and every man gat himself up upon his mule and fled. Here it was limousines. More than one noble chariot, filled with members of the faction who'd helped to rush Vandeman into office over the claims of older members, rolled discredited down the drive. Yet a ball is the hardest thing in the world to kill. Like a lizard, if you break it in two, the head and tail go right on wriggling independently. Also, behind this massed affair at the country club was the business proposition of a lot of Blossom Festival visitors from all over the state who mustn't be disappointed. By the time I'd finished out in front, getting my prisoner off to the lockup, sending Eddie Hughes, with Capehart and the other helpers he picked up to guard the Vandeman bungalow, handed over to the Santa Isabel police the matter of finding Fong Ling,
and turned back to see how Barbara was getting on, the music sounded once more, the rhythmic movement of many feet.
"The boys have got it started again." Jim Edwards joined me in the hall, his tone still lowered and odd from the amazement of the thing. "Curious, that business in there yesterday." A nod indicated the little writing room toward which we moved. "Braunt stepping in, brisk and cool, for you to question him. Pleasant, ordinary-looking chap. Would you say he had it in his mind right then to murder you or Barbara if you came too hot on his trail?"
"Me?" I echoed sheepishly. He never paid me that compliment. He wasn't afraid of me. I think Barbara sealed her own fate, so far as he was concerned, when she let Worth peek her into doing a concentration stunt at Vanama's dinner table last night. The man saw that nothing she turned that light on could long stay hidden. He must have decided then to put her out of the way. As for his wife, well, however much or little she knew, she'd not defend Barbara Wallace. At that, Edwards gave me a look, but all he said was, "Cummings has suffered a complete change of heart, it seems. I left him in the telephone booth just now, calling up Dykeman. He'll certainly keep the wires hot for Worth." "He'd better," I agreed, and only Edward's slight, dark smile answered me. "There's a side entrance here," he explained mildly as we came to the turn of the hall. "I'll unlock it, and when Barbara's ready to be taken home, we can get her out without everyone gaping at her." He was still at the lock, his back to me, when a door up front slammed, and a Spanish cavalier came bustling down the corridor, pulling off a mask to show me Bowman's face, announcing, "I think you want me in there. That girl should have competent medical attention." "She has that already," I spoke over my shoulder. "And if she hadn't, do you think she'd let you touch her, Bowman? Man, you've got no human feeling. If you had a shred, you'd know that to her it is as true you tried to take Worth's life with your lying testimony as it is that Vanneman murdered Worth's father with a gun." "Ha!" The doctor panted at me. He was fairly sober, but still a bit thick in the wits. "You people ain't classing me with this crook Vanneman, are you? You can't do that. No, of course, Laura set you all against me." Edward straightened up from the door. With his first look at that fierce, dark face, the doctor began to back off, finally scuttling around the turn into the main hall at what was little less than a run. They had Barbara sitting in the big Morris chair while they finished adjusting bandages and garments. Our young cub of a doctor, silver-buttoned velveteen coat off, sleeves rolled up, hailed us cheerily. "That bullet went where it could get the most blood for the least harm, I'd say. Have her all right in a jiffy. At that, if it had been a little further to one side—" And I knew that Edward Clate's bullet, Bronson Vanneman's, had narrowly missed Barbara's heart. "This wonderful girl," the doctor went on with young enthusiasm as he bandaged and pinned. "Sitting up there, wounded as she was, and forgetting it, she looked to me more than human. Sort of effect as though light came from her." "I was ashamed of myself back there in the square, Mr. Boyne." Barbara's voice, good and strong, cut across his panegyric. "Never in my life did I feel like that before. My brain wasn't functioning normally at all. I was confused, full of indecision." She mentioned that state, so painfully familiar to ordinary humanity, as most people would speak of being raving crazy. "It was agonizing." She smiled a little at the others. "Poor Mr. Boyne helping me along. We got somehow into a crowd, and I was just a lump of flesh. I hardly knew where we were. Then suddenly came the sound of the shot, the stinging, burning feeling in my side. It knocked my body down, but my mind came clear. I could use it." "I'll say you could," I smiled. "From then on, Bill Capehart and I were the lumps of flesh that you heaved around without explanation." "There wasn't time, and I was afraid you'd find out what had happened to me and wouldn't bring me here," she said simply. "I knew that the one motive for silencing me was the work I've been doing for Mr. Boyne." "Sure," I said, light breaking on me. "And every possible suspect in the Gilbert murder case was under this roof, or supposed to be.
The Grand March would be the showdown as to that, and just then the clock struck. Poor girl. It was a race against time, Barbara agreed. If we could get there first, hold the door against whoever came flying to get in, we'd have the one who shot me. But, Barbara, child, Laura Bowman was working at a sweater sleeve on the bandaged side, you did get here and caught Bronson Vandeman. It had worked out all right. Why did you risk sitting up in that strained pose, wounded as you were, to concentrate? For Worth. I had to relate this crime to the one for which he'd been arrested. Within the hour, I'd gathered facts that showed me Edward Clayt killed Worth's father. When I brought that man and his crime to stand before me, and Bronson Vandeman and his crime to stand beside it, as I can bring things when I concentrate on them, I found they dovetailed. The impossible was true. These two were one man. She looked around at the four of us, wondering at her, and finished, "Can't they take me home now, Doctor?" "Sit and rest a few minutes. Have the door open," the young fellow said, and on the instant there came a call for me from the side entrance. "Mr. Boyne, are you in there? May I speak to you, please?" It was Skeet Thornhill's voice. I went out into the entry. There, climbing down from the old Ford truck, leaving its engine running, was Skeet herself. Her glance went first to the door I closed behind me. "Yes," I answered its question. "She's in there." Then, moved by the frank misery of her eyes, "She'll be all right. Very little hurt." She said something under her breath. I thought it was, "Thank God," looked about the deserted side entrance, seemed to listen to the flooding of music and movement from the ballroom, then, lifting to mine a face so pale that its freckles stood out on it, faltered a step closer and studied me. "They phoned us," scarcely above a whisper. "Mother sent me for the girls and Ina. Mr. Boyne," a break in her voice, "am I going to be able to take Ina back with me, or is she... do they—" "Wait," I said. "Here she comes now," as Cummings brought young Mrs. Vandeman toward us. She moved haughtily, head up, a magnificent evening wrap thrown over her costume, and saw her sister without surprise. "Skeet," she crossed and stood with her back to me, "there's been some trouble here. Keep it from Mother if you can. I'm leaving, but we'll get it all fixed up. How did you get here? Can I take you back in the limousine?" The big closed car, one of Vandeman's wedding gifts to her, purred slowly up the side drive, circling Skeet's old truck, and stopped a little beyond. Skeet gave it one glance, then reached a twitching hand to catch on the big silken sleeve. "You can't go to the bungalow, Ina. As I came past, they were placing men around it to watch it." "What?" Ina wheeled on us, looking from one to the other. "Mr. Boyne, Mr. Cummings, who had that done?" "Does it matter?" I countered. She made me tired. "Does it matter?" She snapped up my words. "Am I to be treated as though—" Even Ina Vandeman's effrontery wouldn't carry her to a finish on that. I completed it for her explicitly. "Mrs. Vandeman, whether you are detained as an accomplice or merely a material witness, I'm responsible for you. I would have the authority to allow you to go with your sister, but you'll not be permitted to even enter the bungalow." "It's nearly midnight," she protested. "I have no clothes but this costume. I must go home." "Oh, come on," Skeet pleaded. "Don't you see that doesn't do any good, Ina? You can get something at our house to wear." She gave me a long look, her chin still high, her eyes hard and unreadable. Then, "For the present, I shall go to a hotel." She laid a hand on Skeet's shoulder, but it was only to push her away. "Tell Mother," evenly, "that I'll not bring my trouble into her house. Oh, you want Ernestine and Cora? Well, get them and go." And with a firm step she walked to her car. I nodded to Cummings. "Have one of Dykeman's men pick her up and hang tight," I said, and he smiled back understandingly with, "Already done, Boyne. I want to speak to Miss Wallace, if I may. Will you please see for me?" A moment later he marched shining and jingling in through a door that he left open behind him, pulled off his Roman helmet as though it had been a hat, and stood unconsciously fumbling that shoe-brush thing they trimmed those ancient lids with. "Barbara?" He met the eyes of the girl in the chair unflinchingly. "You told me last night that the only words I ever could speak to you would be in the way of an apology. Will you hear one now? I'm ready to make it. Talk doesn't count much, but I'm going the limit to put Worth Gilbert's release through." There was a long silence, Barbara looking at him quite unmoved. Behind that steady gaze lay the facts that Worth Gilbert's life and honor had been threatened by this man's course, that she herself was only alive because the bullet of that criminal whom his action unconsciously shielded missed its aim by an inch. Worth's life, her life, their love, and all that might mean, and Barbara had eyes you could read. I didn't envy Cummings as he faced her. Finally, she said quietly, "I'll accept your apology, Mr. Cummings, when Worth is free." Chapter 30. A Confession. In the dingy office of the city prison, with its sand-boxes and barrel stove, its hacked old desks, dusty books and papers, I watched Bronson Vandeman, and wondered to see how the man I had known played in and out across his face with the man Edward Clate, whom I had tried to imagine, whom nobody could describe. Helping to recover Clate's loot for Worth Gilbert looked to the opposition their best bet for squaring themselves. Dykeman, from his sickbed, had dug us up a stenographer. Cummings had climbed out of his tin clothes and come along with us to the jail. They wanted the screws put on, but I intended to handle Vandeman in my own way. I had halted the lawyer on the lockup threshold with, "Cummings, I want you to keep still in here. When I'm done with the man, you can question him all you want, if he's left anything to be told." I answered a doubtful look. "Did you see his face there in the ballroom as he looked up at Barbara Wallace? He thinks that girl knows everything, like a supreme being. He's still so shaken that he'd spill out anything, everything. He'll hardly suppose he's telling us anything we don't know." And Vandeman bore out expectations. Now, provided with a raincoat to take the place of his mandarin robe, his trousers still the lilac satin ones of that costume, he surveyed us and our preparations with a half-smile as we settled our stenographer and took chairs ourselves. "I look like hell, what?" He spoke fast as a man might with a drink ahead, but it was not alcohol that was loosening his tongue. "Why can't someone go up to my place and get me a decent suit of clothes? God knows I've plenty there, closets full of them." "Time enough when the sheriff gets here." Roll Winchell, the town marshal, grunted at him. "I'm not taking any chances on you, Mr. Vandeman. You'll do me as you are." "Stick a smoke in my face, Cummings," came next in a voice that twanged like a stretched string. "Damn these bracelets! Light it, can't you? Light it!" He puffed eagerly, got to his feet, and began walking up and down the room, glancing at us from time to time, raising the manacled hands grotesquely to his cigar, drawing in a breath as though to speak, then shaking his head, grinning a little, and walking on. I knew the mood. The moment was coming when he must talk. The necessity to reel out the whole thing to whomever would listen was on him like a sneeze. It's always so at this stage of the game. For all the hullabaloo in the streets, we were quiet enough here, since the lockup at Santa Isabel lurks demurely, as such places are apt to do, in the rear of the building whose garbage can it is. Our pacing captive could keep silent no longer. Shooting a sidelong glance at me, he broke out, "I'm not a common crook, Boyne, even if I do come of a family of them, and my father's in Sing Sing. I put him there. They'd not have caught him without. He was an educated man, never worked anything but big stuff. At that, what was the best he could do, or any of them? Make a haul, and all they got out of it was a spell of easy money that they only had the chance to spend while they were dodging arrest. Sooner or later, every one of them I knew got put away for a longer or shorter term. Growing up like that, getting my education in the public schools daytimes, and having a finish put on at nights with the gang, I decided that I was going to be, not honest, but the 100th man, the 1,000th man who can pull off a big thing and neither have to hide nor go to prison." This was promising, a little different from the ordinary brag. I signaled inconspicuously to our stenographer to keep right on the job. When I was 24 years old, I saw my chance to shake the gang and try out my own idea. Clayt rattled it off feelinglessly. It was a lone hand for me. My father had made a stake by a forgery, checks on the city bank. I knew where the money was hid, $8,079. It would just about do me. I framed the old man. I told you he is in Sing Sing now. Took my working capital and came out here to the coast. That money had to make me rich for life, respected, comfortable. I figured that my game was as safe as dummy whist. "Yeah," said Roll Winchell, the marshal, gloomily. "Them high-tone Eastern crooks always comin' out here thinking they'd find the coast a soft snap." 2 years I worked as a messenger for the San Francisco Trust Company. Clayt's voice ran right on past Winchell's interruption. A model employee, straight as they come. Then decided they were too big for me to tackle, and used their recommendation to get a clerk's job with the Van Ness Avenue concern. I was after the theft of at least $500,000, with a perfect alibi, and the smaller institution suited my plan. It took me 4 years to work up to paying teller, but I wasn't hurrying things. I was using my capital now to build that perfect alibi. He glanced around nervously as the stenographer turned to leave, then went on. I'd picked out this town for the home of the man I was going to be. It suited me, because it was on a branch line of the railway hardly used at all by men whose business was in the city, and off the main highway of automobile travel. Besides, I liked the place. I've always liked it. "Sure flattered," came the growl as Winchell stirred in his chair. My bungalow and grounds cost me $4,000. At that, it was a run-down place, and I got it cheap. The mahogany, old family pieces that I was supposed to bring in from the East, came high. Yet maybe you'd be surprised how the idea took with me. I used to scrimp and save off my salary at the bank to buy things for the place, to keep up the right scale of living for Bronson Vandeman, traveling agent for Eastern manufacturers, not a home much in Santa Isabel yet, but a man of fine family, rich prospects, and all sorts of good fellow, settled in the place for the rest of his days. He turned suddenly and grinned at me. "You swallowed it whole, Boyne, when you walked into my house last night. The old family furniture I bought in Los Angeles, the second-hand library, that family portrait, with a ring on my finger, and the same painted in on what was supposed to be my father's hand." "Sure," I nodded amiably. "You had me fooled." And without a bit of crude make-up or disguise, he rubbed it in. It was a change of manner and psychology for mine. As Edward Clayt, and that's not my name either, any more than Vandeman, I was description-proof. I meant to be, and I was. It took her, the girl, his face darkened and he jerked at his cigar, to deduce that a non-entity who could get away with nearly $1 million and leave no trail was some man. I raised my head with a start and stared at the man in his raincoat and lilac silk pantaloons. "That's so," I fed it to him. "She had a name for you. She called you the Wonder Man." "Did she?" A pleased smile. "Well, I'll give her right on that. I was some little Wonder Man. Listen." His insistent, overstimulated voice went eagerly on. "The beauty of my scheme was that up to the very last move there was nothing criminal in my leading this double life. You see, as I got stronger and stronger here in Santa Isabel, I bought a good machine, a speedster, that could burn up the road. Many's the stag supper I've had with the boys there in my bungalow, and been back behind the wicket as Edward Clayt in the Van Ness Avenue Bank on time next morning. I was in that room at the St. Dunstan about as much as a fellow's in his front hall. I walked through it to Henry J. Brundage's room at the Nugget. I stayed there more often than I did at the St. Dunstan, unless I came on here. I'd left marriage out. Then, that night 4 years ago, when Ina had her little run-in with old Tom Gilbert and got her engagement to Worth smashed, I saw there might be girls right in the class I was trying to break into that would be possible for a man like me. The date for our wedding was set, when Thomas Gilbert remarked to me one afternoon, as we were coming off the golf links together, that he was buying a block of Van Ness Savings Bank stock. For a minute I felt like caving in his head then and there with the golf club I carried. What a hell of a thing to happen, right at the last this way. 10 chances to 1 I'd have this man to silence, but it must be done right. Not much room for murder in so full a career as mine, holding down a teller's job, running for the vice-presidency of the country club, getting married in style. But every time I'd look up from behind my teller's grill and see anyone near the size of old Gilbert walk in the front door, it gave me the shivers. I'd put more than 8 years of planning and hard work into this scheme, and you'll admit, Boyne, that what I had was some alibi. A wedding like that in a town of this size makes a big noise. I managed to be back and forth so much that people got the idea I was hardly out of Santa Isabel. The Friday night before, I had a stag supper at my house, and Saturday morning, if anyone had called, Fong Ling would have told them I was sleeping late and couldn't be disturbed. On the forenoon of my wedding day, then, I sat as Edward Clate in my teller's cage, the suitcase I had carried back and forth empty for so many Saturdays, now loaded with currency and securities, not one of which was traceable, and whose amount I believed would run close to $1 million. It was within 3 minutes of closing time when someone rapped on the counter at my wicket, and I looked straight up into the face of old Tom Gilbert. I saw a flash of doubtful recognition in his eyes, but didn't dare to avoid them while counting bills and silver to pay his check. If I had done so, he would certainly have known me. As it was, I saw that I convinced him, almost. I watched him as he went out, saw him hesitate a little at the door of Knapp's office. He wasn't quite sure enough. I knew the man. The instant he made certain, he would act. The old devil wasn't on terms to attend the reception at the Thornhill place, but I located him in an aisle seat when I first came from the vestry with my best man. All through the ceremony I felt his eyes boring into my back. When I finally faced him, as Ina and I walked out, man and wife, I knew he recognized me and almost expected him to step out and denounce me. But no, a fellow leading a double life was all he saw in it. Bigamy was the worst he'd suspect of me at the moment. He didn't give Ina much, wouldn't lift a finger to defend her. Meantime, the manner of his taking off lay easy to my hand. I'd studied the situation through that skylight, seen Ed Hughes juggle the bolts with his magnets, and map the thing out. Gilbert killed there, the room found bolted, was a cinch for suicide. When the reception at the Thornhill house was over, I made an excuse of something needed for the journey and started across to my bungalow. It was common for all of us to cross through the lawns. I hid in the shrubbery. There were people with Gilbert, no chance for me to do anything. I stood there and nearly went out of my hide with impatience over the delays, while he had his row with Worth, when Laura Bowman and Jim Edwards came and braced him to let up on his persecution of them. Mrs. Bowman finally left. He went with her toward the front. Now was my chance. I dodged into the study, jerked his own pistol from the holster, squeezed myself in behind the open door, and waited. He came back. I let him get into the room, passed me a little, and when at some sound I made he turned, the muzzle of the gun was shoved against his chest, and fired. I'd barely finished pressing Gilbert's fingers around the pistol butt when I heard a cry outside, jumped to the door, shut and bolted it, just as my mother-in-law ran in across the lawns. I gathered that she'd been there earlier to get those 3 leaves out of the diary that you were so interested in, Boyne. Had just read them and come back to have it out with old Tom. She hung around for 5 minutes, I should say, beating on the door, calling, asking if anything was wrong. My one big mistake in the study was that diary of 1920. It lay open on the desk where he'd been writing. It did tell of his having identified me as Clate. I'd not expected it, and so I didn't handle it well. Time pressed. I couldn't carry it with me. I tore out the leaf, stuck the book in the drainpipe, and ran. And, after all, he summed up, my plans would have gone through on schedule. You never could have touched me with your clumsy police detective methods if it hadn't been for the girl. He dropped his head and stood brooding a moment, demanded another smoke, got it, shrugged off some thought with a gesture, and finished. I was in too deep to turn. It was her life or mine. Things went contrary. We couldn't get her to come out to the masquerade, where it would have been easy. With those 2 Mandarin costumes, Fong Ling in my place, I had my time from the hour we put on the masks till midnight. Another perfect alibi. It didn't work. They say you have to shoot a witch with a silver bullet, and she's more than human. A siren's dry shriek as the sheriff's gasoline buggy made its way through the crowded street outside. Cummings raised his brows at me, got my nod of permission, and shot his first question at the prisoner. "Vandeman, where's the money?" "Not within 100 miles of here." Instantly. "You took it south with you, on your wedding trip?" Cummings would persist. But our man, so expansive a moment ago, had, as I knew he would at direct mention of his loot, turned sullen, and he started for the San Jose jail, mum as an oyster. Chapter 31. The Million-Dollar Suitcase. The sheriff had gone with his prisoner. Cummings left, and then there came to me, in the street there before the lockup, riding with Jim Edwards in his roadster, a Worth Gilbert I had never known. Quiet he had been before, but never considerate like this. When I rushed up to him with my triumph and congratulations, and he put them aside, it was with a curious gentleness. Yes, Jerry, I know. Vandeman turned out to be Clayt." Then, noticing my bewilderment, "You see, Jim let it slip that Barbara's hurt. Where is she?" And Edwards leaned around to explain. "When we came past Capehart's and she wasn't there, Oh, that's only a scratch," I hurried to assure the boy. "Barbara'll be all right." "So Jim said," he agreed soberly. "I'm afraid you're both lying to me." "All right." I climbed in beside him. "We'll go and see. She's up at your house, waiting for you." As we headed away for the other end of town, he spoke again, half interrogatively. "Vandeman shot her?" And when I nodded, "He's on his way to jail. I'm out. But I'm the man that's responsible for what's happened to her. Dragged her into this thing in the first place. She hated those concentrating stunts, and I set her to do one at that woman's table. To help play my game, I risked her life." I listened in wonder, sidelong in the dimness. I studied the carriage of head and shoulders. No diminution of power, but a new use of it. This was not the crude boy who would knock everyone's plans to bits for a whim. Worth had found himself, and what a man. "How does it look for recovering the money, Boyne?" Edwards questioned as we drove along. I plunged into the hottest of that stuff Clayt Vandeman had spilled, talked fascinatingly, as I thought, for 3 minutes, and paused to hear Worth say, "Who's with Barbara at my house?" "Mrs. Bowman," I said in despair, and quite right there. We came into Broad Street, a little above the Vandeman bungalow, which lay black and silent, the lights of Worth's house showing beyond. As we turned the corner, a man jumped up from the shadow of the hedge where the Vandeman lawn joined the Gilbert place. There was a flash, the report of a gun. Our watchers had flushed someone. I'd barely had time to say so to the others when there was a second sharp crack, then the whine of a ricocheting chunk of lead as it zipped from the asphalt to sing over our heads. "Beat it!" I yelled. "Stop the car and get to cover!" Edward slowed. A moment Worth hung on the running board, peering in the direction of the sounds. I started to climb out after him. There came another shot from up ahead, and then a shout. As I tumbled to my feet in the dark road, Worth had started away on the jump. And I saw then what I'd missed before, that the man who had burst from the hedge was running zigzag down the open roadway toward us. He was making his legs spin and dodging from side to side as if to duck bullets. Worth headed straight for him, as though it wasn't plain that someone out of sight somewhere was making a target of the runner. Not the kind of a scrap I care for. In a half-light you can't tell friend from foe, but Worth went to it, and what was there to do but follow? I shouted and blew my whistle, hoping our men would hear, heed, and let up shooting. At the moment of my doing so, Worth closed with the man, who dropped something he was carrying, and tackled low, lunging at the boy's knees, aiming, I could see, to let Worth dive over and scrape up the pavement with his face. No dodging that tackle. It caught Worth square. He even seemed to spring up for the dive, and somehow he carried his opponent with him to soften the fall. They came down together in the middle of the hard road with the shock of a railway collision, rolled over and over like dogs in a scrap, only there wasn't any growling or yelping. It was deadly quiet. Not for an instant could you tell which was which, or whether the whirling, pelting tangle of arms and legs was man, beast, or devil. That's why, even when I got near enough, I didn't dare plant a large, thick-soled boot in the mess. The fight was up to Worth, nothing else for it. Capehart came rolling from the hedge where I had seen the pistols flash. Eddie Hughes, inconceivable in pink puffings, bounded after. Jim Edwards chased up from his car, but all any of us could do was run up and down as the struggle whirled about, and grunt when the blows landed. These sounded like a pile-driver hitting a redwood butt. Out of the melee an arm would jerk, the fist at the end of it would come back to land with a thud on somebody's meat. "Who the devil is it?" I bellowed at Capehart, as the two grappled, afoot, then down, no one knowing who was on top, spinning around in a struggle where neither boots nor knees were barred. "He sneaked out of the bungalow just now," Capehart snorted. "We'd searched the place. Didn't think there was room for a louse to be hid in it. Got by the boys. I stopped him at the hedge and drove him into the open. Now Worth's got him. That is Worth, ain't it? Fights like him." "Yes," I said, "it's Worth." But in my own mind I wasn't sure whether Worth had the fugitive or the fugitive had Worth, and Jim Edwards muttered anxiously as we skipped and sidestepped along with the fight, "That fellow may have a knife or a gun." "Not where he can draw," I said, "or he'd have used it before now." And Capehart sung out, "Sure, leave him go. Worth'll fix him." Edging in too close, I got a kick on the shin from a flying heel, and was dancing around on one foot, nursing the other, when I heard sounds of distress issued from the tangle in the road. Somebody was getting breath in long, gaspy sighs that broke off in grunts when the thud of blows fell, and merged in the harsh nasal of blood violently dislodged from nose and throat. For a while they had been up, and swapping punches face to face, lightning swift. Sounds like boxing, perhaps, but there wasn't any science about it. Feint, parry, footwork? Not on your life. Each of these two was trying to slug the other into insensibility, working for any old kind of a knockout. I began to be a little nervous for fear the boy I was bringing home from jail as a peace offering to Barbara might arrive so defaced that she wouldn't recognize him, when I saw one dark form pull away, leap back, an arm shoot out like a pistol rod, and with a jar that set my own teeth on edge, connect with the other man's chin. He went down, clawing the air, crumpled into a bunch of clothes at the side of the road. "You wanted the chink, didn't you, Bill?" This was Worth facing Jim Edwards' torch, fumbling for his handkerchief. "I heard you, and I thought you wanted him." "It's Fong Ling," bawled Capehart. "Sure we wanted him, and whatever that was he was carrying. Where is it? Did he drop it?" "Sort of think he did." Worth was dabbing off his own face with a gingerly respectful touch. "I know he dropped some teeth back there in the road. Saw him spit 'em out. Maybe he left it with them. You might go and look." The four of us drifted along the field of battle, Capehart's assistant having taken charge of the unconscious Chinaman, whom he was frisking for weapons. Halfway back to the hedge, Bill stumbled on something, picked it up, and dropped it again with a disgusted grunt. "Nothing but a China boy's keister," he said contemptuously. "Not much to that. Why in blazes did he run so?" "Because you were shooting him up, I'd say," Edwards suggested. "Naw, commenced to run before we turned loose on him," Bill protested. "Hello!" I had pounced on the unbelievable thing and called to Edwards for his light. "Worth, here's your $800,000 suitcase." "That!" He followed along, dusting himself off, trying out his joints. "Oh, yes, I left it in my closet and it disappeared. Told you of it at the time, didn't I, Jerry?" "You did not," I sputtered, down on my knees, working away at the catches. "You never told me anything that would be of any use to us. If this thing disappeared, I suppose Vanderman stole it to get a piece of evidence in the Clate case out of the way." "Likely." Worth turned with no further interest and started toward his own gate. "Hi, come back here!" I yelled after him. For the lock gave at that moment. There, under the pale circle of the electric torch, lay Clate Vanderman's loot. "My gosh," mumbled Capehart. "I didn't suppose there was so much money in the known world." Eddie Hughes breathing hard, Jim Edwards bending to hold the torch, Capehart stooping, blunt hands spread on knees, goggle-eyed, my own fingers shaking as I dragged out my list and attempted to sort through the stuff. Not one of us but felt the thrill of that great fortune tumbled down there in the open road in the empty night. But Worth delayed reluctantly at the edge of the shadows, looking with impatience across his shoulder, eager to be on, to get to Barbara. Yet I wanted that suitcase to go into the house in his hand, wanted him to be able to tell his girl that she'd made him a winner in the gamble and the long chase. Roughly assured that only a few thousands had been used by Vandeman, I stuck the handles into his fist and trailed along after his quick strides. Edwards followed me. Laura Bowman opened the door to us. She stopped Edwards on the porch. And then I saw my children meet. I hadn't meant to, but after all, what matter? They didn't know I was on Earth. Creation had resolved itself for them into the one man, the one woman. The suitcase thumped unregarded on the floor. She came to him with her hands out. He took them slowly, raised them to his shoulders, and her arms went around his neck. The End of The Million-Dollar Suitcase by Alice MacGowan.